All right, ETM Hotep. Welcome to the Seshew Ma'ani Medonecher YouTube channel, our YouTube channel. And today is Friday, and we have our Freestyle Fridays. And we have been consistently doing our Freestyle Fridays where we select a picture and then we go through what we call the Tep Hesed, or the correct method, and which consists of four main steps in order to transliterate and translate inscriptions. And we've been doing that for quite a while, over a year now. And so on some Fridays, we like to switch it up. And tonight is one of those nights where we just want to have a Q&A session dealing with different aspects of the language, the hieroglyph, the writing system, or even the spoken language, or what have you, and as well as the culture. So we just kind of want to have a relaxed conversation, discussion involving those topics, any topics related to those things. So again, I'd like to welcome everyone who may be watching us live right now. I know we just got started, so people may have received notification and may come and chime in and hang out with us. So for those of you, appreciate you taking the time out and hanging out with us. And for those who'll be watching the archive later on, and hopefully you'll be able to benefit from our conversation. All right. So before we get started, I'll just introduce myself, Rini Wujau, and everybody else on the panel. I guess you can unmute yourselves and introduce yourself, and then we can go ahead and get started.
ETM Hotep, Rennie, Jehuti Maat. Thank you for coming to join us for another Freestyle Friday. Enjoy the show.
Hotep, Rennie, Imikeraku, and yeah, we'd like to thank you for joining us today on our Freestyle Friday.
ETM Hotel, Brandy Sean. I'd like to welcome everyone to the show.
All right. So that's who we have on the panel so far, and other members of the Seshew should be joining us as we go along. So again, like I said, tonight we want to have, kind of a relaxed conversation, a Q&A, question and answer, some questions that we may have that we can ask each other on the panel, or take some questions from those of you who are watching us live, and we'll make sure we keep our eyes on the chat. So if you do have a question about, now mind you, the topic of discussion is anything dealing with the Egyptian language, all right, and the culture by default, because as we all know, or should know, that language is the DNA of culture. It's the medium by which culture is transmitted. So it kind of runs hand in hand. All right. So if we have answers, or we, part of discussion, we can have the discussion. Now, before we move forward, let's do what we traditionally have done, which is to recite the offering formula. So Sonat Imiket, if you are available to do that, then we can take care of that first.
All right. Dua. So what I'm going to do is recite the offering formula, and if you're listening or watching, feel free to recite it along with me. Hotep Dinesu, Weser Neb Jedu, Nacha'a Neb Abtru, DF Peret Cheru, T Hinket Ka Aped Shes Menket, Ket Nebet Neferet Wabet Anket Nachaim, In Kani Imaku Aku Ma Cheru. And what it says is an offering the king gives Osiris, Lord of Jedu, great God, Lord of Abydos, so that he may give verbal offerings in beer, bread, ox, fowl, alabaster, and linen, everything good and pure on which a God lives, for the car of the revered ones, the ancestors, justified. And I'll pass the microphone back to you.
All right, Ika, that's excellent. All right, so we can get started. So like I said, usually on Freestyle Fridays, we will take a picture, something that we may find on the internet, or something that someone recommends, and then we will go through the proper methods in transliterating and translating it. And we call it Freestyle Fridays because we do just that. We freestyle from our memory as opposed to using the books, whether it's a dictionary or even the sign list. All right. So, but like I said, sometimes we deviate from that and we'll have sessions like we're having now where we just want to have discussions and kind of keep it interesting because, we've been doing the Freestyle Friday for quite a bit. And people who have contacted us from watching the archive or, have hung out with us live, they have questions and things like that. So I want to encourage people that if you enjoy what we're doing, and one of the benefits of what we're doing, one, it helps us personally, everybody who does it and participates, it helps everyone individually on a personal level to basically kind of see where they are in their proficiency and competency of the language. But beyond that, it shows the audience that this can indeed be done. And that, because we're just like everybody else. There's nothing special about us that's different from other people. And I say that because some people look at the hieroglyphs as being very intimidating, and they don't seek to learn it because they feel that it's intimidating and it's very hard and things like that. And it's really not. It takes some work and time. So as long as you can dedicate some time and put some time into it and take it serious, then it's not hard. So I encourage everyone to learn it and take a class, whether it's with me or not. Just do that. You owe that to yourself. And so sometimes when we do the Freestyle Fridays, we've been doing them for so long. And if people are hanging out with us with the Freestyle Fridays, but they're not taking a class or taking it to the next step, then we can become enablers. We can be guilty of just being an enabler where we're just hanging on Fridays doing what we do, and then people seem to be satisfied, but we want to encourage people to go further, and take it serious. Even though the Egyptian language is only spoken in as Coptic today, or I should say, because it's only spoken as Coptic today, it's not widespread at all, and it's not very practical. It doesn't have a practical use for us, at least, us here in America, because there's not, you don't walk into a store and just start speaking ancient Egyptian or anything like that. You can't walk down your neighborhood and speak ancient Egyptian and expect someone to understand you or whatever the case is. So because it doesn't seem to be very practical, people don't seem to take it very serious or even see the importance of learning it. So we definitely don't want to become enablers to feed into that. We go the opposite direction. We say, hey, learn the language. It's very, very important, because one thing out of it that everybody should understand is that by learning the language, you will also be able to tap in to the genius minds of the people that are responsible for the civilization that we know as ancient Egypt. So if you're going to say anything great about ancient Egypt, then take it further and tap into the mind of that greatness. And that's where we come in. So I want to put that out first, that we encourage everyone to learn it, take it serious. And we just happened to offer classes for it on the website. We went over this yesterday. That was with a Facebook Live session, but I'll repeat some of that maybe later on tonight. All right. So I just want to put that out there, that we encourage everyone to take a course. For those who watch us live and hang out with us, and it's interesting, and we definitely appreciate the participation and the feedback. We get a lot of positive feedback, so we are grateful for that. But I would also like to push everyone to take it further, take it serious, take the course. It's easy if you have the time and dedication. It's easy, and you have the discipline to stick with it. It's easy. It's not hard. All right. So I want to start off with that. And then, like I said, but tonight we want to have a question and answer session of question and answers on the panel, and take questions from those who are hanging out with us live. And then by being recorded, so those who watch the archive, you could hopefully be able to benefit from something that we've said tonight. All right. So I'll just open the mic up, and if anybody has any questions, comments, open up on the panel. And like I said, we'll monitor the chat and see if there's any questions or statements. Even things that we've seen on social media, because a lot of us are also on Facebook, so we see a lot of different posts and discussions that are taking place on Facebook. So if some of those are interesting to you and you want to bring them up or whatever case is, by all means. But so with that, I'll just open the floor up.
To you, I seen an interesting discussion with you and also Saber and Bowley on the being confused with the genetics and of a language and of biology. I was wondering if you can just for the audience talk about that a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, this is not something new, but it comes up from time to time. And so recently it came up in our Facebook group, which is Seshew Ma'ani Meta Nature Facebook group. For those who are not there yet, please join it. But in our group, there's a brother that created a topic post about the Bantu languages. And so, and I'm gonna paraphrase this question because it was kind of like a statement and a question, or a statement disguised as a question, or wrapped up in a question. But basically the logic of his question is that Bantu, as commonly understood by people, has its origins in Cameroon, Africa, and which is near the border, between Cameroon and Nigeria. And so the common understanding is that Bantu originates there. And then so people classify the people of that area and their migrations as the Bantu expansion. And so they give dates to this expansion to about 3000 BC, about 5,000 years ago. So there's differing opinions that are floating around, but the two main hypotheses is that there's an expansion from about 3000 BC, which is about 5,000 years ago, into Central Africa, towards coming Central and then South movement, and then East. All right. So the question was that if that's well, he didn't say it this way, but I'm just repeating the logic of it. If that's the hypothesis and that's the belief, then how is it that the ancient Egyptian language is Bantu, or deals with Bantu, or you can find Bantu among the ancient Egyptians? And so the question is really coming from a presentation that the brother Asar Imhotep did, where he's explaining just that. And so within Asar Imhotep's video, he actually explains it. And so the question seemed like it was a question for clarification of what Asar Imhotep was saying. But the way the question was worded was that basically trying to say that the ancient Egyptian language could not have Bantu or be a part of Bantu, whatever the case is, because when the ancient Egyptian civilization was started, which was around 3200 BC, the Bantu expansion the Bantu was over there in the Cameroon and so on. So anyway, what that discussion allowed to be brought out is the fact that when people say the Bantu origins are in Cameroon and Nigeria, that is an assumption, because what happens is you have scholars who are now trying to overlay genetics, biogenetics with linguistics or languages, and they do so inappropriately. A lot of people are trying to do that inappropriately, and the reason why is because the people who are doing it are not linguists themselves, which means they're not trained in the methods and the implications of those methods under the discipline of linguistics, but they are trained or perhaps trained in genetics, and they understand genetics. But because they're lacking a good understanding in the other field, they're kind of inappropriately mixing the two or utilizing the two together. And so this is what was stressed on Facebook. And so so one thing we have to remember, so this is something that I said in the discussion, is that there are no genetic markers that indicate what language a person speaks. So in other words, if I map your DNA, if I give a whole genome mapping of your DNA, and I'm gonna use you as an example. So Jehudi Ma'at, you give me your DNA sample. You know how they have the sample test kits today, your saliva, whatever the case is, and I map your whole genome, sequence your whole DNA. There's no gene that's going to tell me what language you speak. Like, and then you're a living person, so I wouldn't be able to look at your genome and tell what language you speak. And if I did that with a deceased person, like, let's say we dug up somebody in one of the tombs or whatever the case is, and their DNA was sequenced, there's no DNA that would indicate to me what language that person spoke. So biogenetics does not inform us of the language that a person spoke. It just doesn't. Now, biogenetics can inform us of how tall a person would or could have been or should have been, and things like that. There's different traits that are genetically driven, I should say, but not what a person speaks. Okay, and just to give an analogy, it's no different than me looking at your genes, and your genes telling me what brand of tennis shoes that you like to wear. There's no way I can look at your genes and be informed of that or be able to tell that. Okay, so language operates, I'm just giving an analogy, the same way. But what happens is some people assume that is the case. And based on that assumption, they will come to these conclusions. And so this is what the discussion has brought out. And so what happens is that the question is saying, okay, well, if the Bantu originates in the Cameroon, then so on and so forth, as I said. And the thing is that there's no evidence that the Bantu language, the parent of Bantu languages, started in Cameroon. The linguistic analysis was not done. And the only way that it can be done is through the comparative method. The historical comparative linguistic method is the method by which linguists can determine the genetic relationships between languages. It's just that simple. And it's the same way that biogenetics will tell genealogists and geneticists the relationships of living organisms. So in other words, if I wanted to know if a baby was your child, DNA would inform me of that. I will go through biogenetics and do a DNA analysis, and I'll be able to make that determination. I cannot make that determination of what language you spoke doing that, but I can tell if a child is yours or not. So living organisms and their relationships is determined through biogenetics. All right. Now, on the language side, what can inform me about languages is the historical comparative method. Because what happens is through that method and what you have to do and how you apply that method, it will inform you of what languages are related to each other and the proximity of that relationship, whether they are directly related as siblings or if it's a mother-daughter relationship or cousins. And see, the thing is, I think what confuses people is that linguists use terms that are the same as geneticists, but they don't use them the same way. They use them in an analogous application. So like how I just said it. So let's just say, for example, let's say French. The language of French and the language of Spanish are genetically related to each other because they are Romance languages, which means they descend from a common parent. Okay, but so they're labeled as Romance languages because they you can trace out their descendancy. Now, because I say they're genetically related, I don't mean genes and chromosomes and DNA and things like that. When linguists use the word genetically related or the phrase genetically related, they're talking about the equivalent, the analogous, the analogies that are formed from using the same word. So instead of it being chromosomes, DNA that are used for languages, it's phones, phonemes, morphemes, graphs, graphemes, and so on and so forth. That's what's used. But they share the same terminology. And I think that's what's throwing some people off. And so this was made clear inside of the discussion on Facebook. So these are some of the things that you'll see in that discussion that's made clear. And so because of all of this stuff, to kind of sum it up, because of all of this stuff, there's no evidence that the Bantu languages originated in Cameroon. And so what we're trying to inform everyone is of a very monumental work that's done by a linguist, an African linguist by the name of Jean-Claude Mboli. He put together a 10-year piece of work, a 10-year work that culminated in 2010. He started in 2000 and published it in 2010, called the Origins of African Languages, where he dispensed with the common demarcation of these language phylums that most of us are familiar with, that are modeled after a linguist by the name of Greenberg. And he had 4 major language families for African languages. You had Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, Afro-Asiatic, and the other one escapes my mind. Escapes my mind. But those language phylums that I made mention, they were not created or organized by Greenberg by way of the historical comparative method, which seeks to create the proto-language from which the sibling language would descend. And therefore, you would be able to see the relationships between the languages. And these relationships themselves specifically are called, some of them, or an aspect of them, are called cognates. When you hear linguists say the word cognates or a cognate is 2 or more words that have the same etymological origin in terms of their descendancy. So they come from the same parent. So in order for you to be able to detect this and to show it and demonstrate it, and to rule out other linguistic phenomenon that doesn't speak to relationships, but it speaks to something, a different question, is through the historical comparative method. And you have to create the proto language. You have to either reconstruct it or you have to identify it. All right. So that's the gist of it. So the Bantu
testing.
Yes.
Can I ask a question just to make sure this is clear?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like what the brother was showing was a map that dealt, like you kind of stated, it dealt with the genes. We understand that the genes of the Bantu may have come from Cameroon, but that does not mean that the language came from Cameroon. That's just you can't identify a language based off of the genes. That's what I'm getting from this.
Absolutely correct, and that's what I say outright. That's what I said before. There is no gene, like Antoine. If I map your genome, fully sequence your DNA, there is nothing in that will tell me what language you speak. No more than me looking at your mapped genome and being able to tell what pair of sneakers, what brand of sneakers that you like. It's just not there. Your genes will not inform me of that. The only way that I will be informed of things about languages and the relationships thereof is through the linguistic tools that are available through that discipline, and more specifically, the historical comparative method. That is the method by which genetic relationships are established between languages. Just like the DNA analysis and all of the protocols and methods with that will inform us of biological relationships of living organisms. I can tell how a coyote is related to a dog by way of the genetic analysis. So therefore, I can tell the relationships between language A and language B only when I do the analysis by way of the historical comparative method. So I hope people are getting this. So these are two different methods to give the information about these questions. And so what happens is people are mixing the two. They're trying to correspond genetics and gene shifts and how genes are migrating, how you see signs of these genes migrating from location in geography and territory. And they're trying to do one-to-one correspondences with languages, and you cannot do that. And I'll just give a perfect example. For example, there's a lot of African Americans in the United States that are doing DNA analysis on their DNA. They're going either 23andMe as a company, AfricanAncestry.com, or Ancestry.com, or whatever the case is, and they're getting their results back. And one part of their results is the percentage of genes that are shared by different populations. So you'll see people posted on social media their results. So for example, you'll see somebody that will post their results and it will say that they are 85% African and then 15% non-African. And it could be, you know, either Asian or let's just say European or whatever the case is. But 85% of their genes are shared with African population. And then some of these companies will be able to narrow it down to different populations. So they'll be able to say, okay, you're West African or even Nigerian or whatever the case is, Senegal, and these different places. So okay, so now your genes are saying that you're predominantly African from a country, let's just say Nigeria, and Nigerians speak Yoruba most. But here you are in America as an African American, and you speak nothing but English. So what is it about your genes that would inform me that you're speaking English, that you are an English speaker? Nothing. Your genes are only informing me of your biological relationship and the population from which you came, or the majority of your genes that you share, not your language that you speak. So I hope people understand that. And so this is where the confusion is coming in. Now, the confusion has been solved. The problem has been solved. And this is what I was getting at by mentioning Jean-Claude Mboli. Jean-Claude Mboli has done the work through the historical comparative method, a step-by-step meticulous job, which was to dispense with all of the different classifications that currently existed by way of I should say, not using the historical comparative method. They used, mass statistical comparisons and basically identifying surface similarities with different languages, which is more topographical instead of into the genetics of the language. So what Jean-Claude Mboli did was he actually started from scratch. He basically said, let the data speak for itself. Let's start from scratch. So he had to rebuild the relationships using the historical comparative method. And in doing so, he actually solves the problem where, and this is something that Asar Imhotep was explaining on the video, which brought about the question that we're speaking about from Facebook. So, so what was solved is the fact that ancient Egyptian evolved out of Bantu. Now, if I were just to say that cut and dry like that, people would cringe at that. Why? Because everyone has embraced an assumption. And we know this happens a lot. The assumption is that the Bantu languages originate in Cameroon and they don't start expanding until approximately 5,000 years ago. And then there's two main hypotheses about the expansion. One is that one main expansion about 5,000 years ago. And then the other hypothesis is that during the expansion, there was a split. But regardless, both hypotheses will still say that Bantu originates in Cameroon. All right. So if I were to say that, hold up, ancient Egyptian or Middle Egyptian, I should say, to be more specific, evolved out of Bantu, then people will cringe at that. They're like, well, wait a minute. How how is that? That's not right. So that's what the brother's asking about. He's one of the people who would cringe at that statement. And that's what brought forth the whole discussion, because Asar Motep was explaining it in the video. And he's the brother who asked the question is one of those people who cringe at that thought. And the reason why is very simple. It's just that people have not done the work. People have not reviewed the work. So to help those people out, the brother out specifically and anyone like that, we recommended recommended information for the brother to seek out and study. And the main thing to study would be Jean-Claude Mboli's work, The Origin of African Languages. Now it's written in French, so that becomes a problem for a lot of English speakers, because we may not know French and be able to read French. So that forms makes it a little hard and difficult. But as an alternative, Asar Imhotep's work is available, because what he's done is he studied Mboli's work and is able to re-explain it and actually demonstrate a lot of elements of the work, but in English, and he's able to test Mboli's explanatory theory about the language families, the newly constructed language families, and to be able to put them in to be able to predict things and then show forth that the predictions are true. And so this is all that we can do, because on Facebook now, you're not going to sit there and go through the whole historical comparative method on a Facebook post. So, at a certain point, we have to recommend reading the literature. And Mboli's book is over 600 pages long, and he actually walks you through. He actually takes you by the hand and walks you through the comparative method as he's doing it. And that's why I say it's a monumental work, because one, the work informs you of all of this information, but it also teaches you at the same time, so that you yourself will be able to do it and check it. Because I've seen Jean-Claude Mboli, I've seen him even comment and suggest to people. He said, look, you don't even have to take my word for it. You don't even have to buy my book. Learn the comparative method and do it yourself, and see what you come up with. I've seen him say that. And so that's really where we are on that. All right.
Yeah, regarding that question, I think it was actually, I think it was a very interesting post. There's a lot to learn there. And even talking about the Bantu migration, I think Mboli himself actually suggested about the possibility about that migration not happening that way, and all of that. And obviously these are some of the things that we have to kind of like take the time and read, as has been suggested, because what has been laid out regarding African languages and just history period, most of that hasn't been, when you actually in time, when you read and you find out, and using the correct methodology to research, you find that most of that are not correct. And I found it interesting that even when Mboli was actually making like some really, really interesting suggestions for the brother, that I don't think he was taking the suggestions well. And I think at the end he was probably asking about if the book was written in French, or or was it peer reviewed or anything like that. So I'm not sure if he's really if he was thinking that it was all this is just said because of trying to push the book. But I do know that Mboli actually did suggest that like you said, that he could actually just go over the internet and just learn about the comparative linguistic method. And yeah, so and also just actually just to explain a little bit as well. And I remember that even growing up in Africa, we were all taught using the Greenberg, the language phylum that he uses to classify different African languages, and knowing how having like I, for example, growing up in Kenya, where we have 42 different languages. We have the Bantu languages, what would be considered Bantu languages, the Nilotic languages. We have the Kushirik and all of that stuff, where it's like a metropolitan place for all these different languages, and you hear them. Some of the things that when you're in that environment, you can actually, sometimes there's a lot of questions, because that what you see regarding those languages, the classifications, and what and the relationship between the languages that are all around you doesn't really quite add up. And I feel that those are one of the points that actually is missing a lot, because people actually would probably just take what is peer reviewed. And even if the methodology is not correct, they would be like, is this peer reviewed, and what is not peer reviewed, or whatever, or whatnot, that they will not take that, even though they're actually not researching and finding out, is this correct or not. So that was just one of the things that I think that most people kind of miss the point with that, and asking about, is it peer reviewed? Is it in English? When you're studying Egyptology as well, I mean, those people who study Egyptology, that most people actually have to take certain languages, like French and Germany, just in order to actually get access to other books that are not written in English. So these are kind of things that, we don't have to be lazy about as well. If you really, really want to find out something and it's a research and you need to read and take time, sometimes you actually have to learn a new language, just to access those information as well. So we don't even have to wait for those kind of books to be translated in English.
Right. And I'm going to say this, peer review is a very valuable process, a part of the scientific process as a whole. But what I find is that people will use that phrase or that word peer review, and they will use it in a question in a way to avoid actually doing work. Because anybody who asks if a book has been peer reviewed, then there's genuine questions of, well, was that peer reviewed? And that's a very valid question. But I'm saying a lot of people don't use that question in a valid way. They will use that question as a way to look for an excuse not to be able to read something. And so that's why I said Jean-Claude Mboli told this particular brother, said, look, you don't even have to buy my book, read my book at all. Learn the method yourself from whoever you trust and have reviewed or feel comfortable with. Learn the method yourself and do the work yourself. Period. Bottom line. And so we have to stop that. We have to stop being lazy with our studies and investigations and things like that. This is not something, see, genetics, there are certain disciplines, a lot of the scientific disciplines are complex. I won't say hard, because if you put the time into it, it's not hard, difficult, but they are complex, and complexity takes time. Complexity takes time. It takes dedication. It takes discipline to uncomplex something that's complex. So linguistics is a complex discipline. Genetics is a complex discipline. Why? Because it has a lot of different little things in it that you have to be aware of. And then there are some sciences that are not as complex. So I don't want to speak to whether it's difficult or not, but I'm just saying they're complex, meaning there's a lot of moving parts of certain disciplines. Some disciplines are pretty straightforward. And so this is not something that you're gonna be able to do overnight. And so the suggestion was made. But anyway, so the gist of it, because like even as I'm talking about it, I'm only talking about it in gist, because this is something that it takes a long discussion and it takes demonstration. We can demonstrate everything that's said, but guess what? All of the demonstrations for it and the data is already done. It's in the books. Jean-Claude Mboli's book has the demonstration step by step, tables after table after table after table, step after step after step after step, the comparisons there and the whole thing, everything is there. So it becomes an issue of, okay, if you're asking me for it to be demonstrated, if you're asking for the demonstration, you want to see it, and then I tell you where you can go see it, and then you refuse to go look at it, then at that point, that's when the conversation has to end. Because at that point, it makes no sense. Then you have to question the person's motive, their character themselves, and like, what are you trying to do? Like, you're asking me for something, I'm telling you where to go get it, but now you're refusing to go get it, but yet you're still over here asking me about it. Like, what does that mean? So that's what we have to stop doing. And so those kind of situations we need to eliminate. And so the discussion is a healthy discussion, because a lot can be learned out of it. But one thing I made clear in the discussion is that there's no gene for language. There's no gene for language. Like I said, I'll say it again. I cannot look at your DNA and not know what language you speak. Just can't do it. And I'm gonna give you an example, a personal example. A long time ago, I was in college. I was at the University of Maryland. I was in the food court or whatever, eating, and I'm sitting at the table and I'm eating, and there was a couple of people in there, and so behind me, I was sitting at the table by myself, and behind me, I just hear conversations. So I hear this person talking, and this person sound like a person that just came from Jamaica. He had a very, very, very accented Jamaican accent, like straight from Jamaica, like he came yesterday, you know. And I didn't even look. I didn't even turn around and look. I was just eating my food, and in my mind, I just assumed that he is a Jamaican and he's having this conversation with somebody. And I'm just eating my food, and I hear his voice getting louder, which means he's walking closer to me, behind me. And so, but he works at the place. So he was actually cleaning up the tables, talking to the people that's around him. And so when he finally got closer to me to where I could just kind of look to the side and see who this guy is, and I looked, and the person was, in my mind, straight Chinese. He looked like a Chinese, like what we would call a Chinese person, Asian, like straight up and down Chinese. And I was like, wait a minute. And I look, and I'm like, so I'm staring at him now. I'm staring at him because he wasn't talking when I looked. And I'm like, okay, that cannot be the same voice that I heard. No, I refuse to believe it. So then I'm looking at him and I'm waiting for him to talk again. I'm waiting for him to talk. And sure enough, he started talking, and he straight up and down Jamaican hard accent. One star, but
that's the original Asiatic black man.
I mean, straight up and down. I was like, so listen, so after he passed my table, I had to call him over, and I asked him, I said, where are you from? And he said he was born and raised. No, he was born in China or Asia. I forgot where he said, but he was raised most of his life in Jamaica, and now he's in the United States at the time. And I was like, man, I said, wow. I said, you are the first. And I definitely wasn't trying to be disrespectful at all. He it wasn't that kind of conversation, but I was like, man, you are the first Chinese person that I've ever heard speak like that, And so anyway, I give that example because your genetics is not going to dictate what language you speak, period. Because if that was the case, then I would have been totally blown away, bamboozled as I was with the scenario I just gave. And that's a real scenario. I mean, to this day, I mean, that blew my mind. And I'm talking about just a slight Jamaican accent, like with a little patois here and there. I'm talking about this person sound like he came from Jamaica the day before I saw him. And he was so if he was sitting down and he didn't speak, I would assume that he's Chinese, and I would assume, okay, he speaks English, but I know he probably speaks Chinese or, a language over there in Asia. Not what he was doing. All right. So anyway, hope everybody understands that.
Yeah, I was just gonna quickly say that I think the misunderstanding sometimes, because I've seen it on the net where people actually make a distinction between what they would term as Bantu, and then like somebody would say I am Bantu, so some people actually probably use that as misnomer to say that they are a particular tribe, and then they will just name it as Bantu, and not knowing that those are like that's a group of hundreds of different tribes, so I've seen that a lot. So just like you say with the word Nubia, I think some people just use Bantu thinking it's a specific type of group of people, tribe, or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because Ba, Into, Muntu, and Into, which means people itself. So it's like I am Bantu, and that's a very universal name on the continent of Africa. and you'll find different forms of that same word in different languages. When we say Bantu or Bantu, that word, the way that word is formed, Bantu, how it's pronounced and how it's spelled out, it exists in several different African languages. You know, and so people identify themselves as Bantu as a person because of what it means, not the fact that they speak, you know, through the language classification of it. So there's a distinction, and so you know we just have to be careful. But so anyway, to kind of wrap that up, again, there's no genetic marker that's gonna predispose someone to speak a specific language. I cannot look at the DNA of a brand new born baby and tell you what language is gonna come out of his mouth when they start speaking. Just can't do that. All right. There are genes that will definitely write or code for different phenotypical aspects of the child and a human being and stuff like that. All that stuff is there, and that's solid. That's good. But that's biogenetics. That's not dealing with language. So we have to understand that. Now, one thing I did make clear in the discussion, I want to repeat here, is that genetics and linguistics can work together, though. But you really have to be careful, and you have to know what you're doing. In other words, a linguistic analysis through proper methods, and then a genetic analysis of a population through proper methods, they can inform each other, or they can help out and assist to inform each other of different inquiries, different questions, and things like that. But you cannot do this one-for-one correspondence and stuff like that, as most people try to do. You just can't do that. All right. So again, there's no evidence that the Bantu language originated in Cameroon. I want to make that clear. All right. And if anybody wants to see a demonstration of that, get Jean-Claude and Claude Mboli's work. If French is your problem, if French is a barrier for you, then seek out and get Asar Motep's work. Nisud Biti and his work, his book called Aluja, I believe is volume 1. Get those 2 books if you want to see more explanations in English. Get Jean-Claude Mboli's work if you can read French, or you have a French friend who could translate for you, or you want to take time out to learn French yourself and learn it, or seek out Jean-Claude Mboli himself. You know, he's available for serious inquiry. I mean, I've seen him address questions, you know, as well. So, but I don't want to make this hangout. We've been talking about that for a while. So, you know, that's a good topic, and I think it's important. So.
Yeah, but just before you wrap it up, just a quick question. So I know that you guys were going to go into it, because I think it's an interesting topic that we all need to learn from. I don't know. When do you foresee you guys going over just some of those basic stuff, or are you going to go over them at all?
Yeah, we will. Matter of fact, the brother Asari Motep and I'll be involved to chime in, but Asari Motep is going to take the lead on that discussion. So we will have a discussion about it in more detail, where things will be able to be presented itself. But now you ask when, I'm not quite sure, because Asar is actually working on a couple of things, and I'm working on a couple of things. So that's why I'm speaking about it now, just kind of in gist. But in terms of doing a more thorough treatment of it, yeah, there will be one, but I can't tell you when just yet. But it'll be soon. I mean, not too far along.
All right, Dua.
Since we're talking about the language, there was a question in the chat about the language. It's coming from Akachi Mayat Chisom. He asked, is the ancient Egyptians the only African group that wrote their language without vowels?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Just repeat the last part. You said, is the ancient Egyptians the only African group what?
That wrote their language without vowels. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
Well, it depends on if you're talking about now, you know, like an accumulation now, like all the way from then until now, or are you talking about back then? But so I'll just assume, you know, both together. And because the reason why I say that is because you have There's African languages to this day that don't have a script with them, and some African languages that will adopt other existing scripts. For example, Swahili is written with the Arabic script and with the Latin script. So you got some people who write Swahili with Arabic writing system, and some people write Swahili with Latin writing system with diacritical marks for different things. So in ancient times, the Egyptians, were the first to actually deal with writing, period. And they didn't have the vowels. All right. So if you're asking me if they're the only Africans, so I'm just kind of confused on the time frame. If you're talking about just totality from then until now, then I would say no, because Swahili written with the Arabic, is the Arabic writing system, don't have vowels, but they do have today. They have these dots or these markings that would indicate to people who are not familiar with it and help them out into identifying different sounds. But Arabic proper, as well as Hebrew, they don't document their vowels either.
Yeah, I would
now, but just real quick though, now, just kind of a spinoff on that question is that vowels exist. You can't pronounce a string of words without the vowels within them. So, and I'm only saying that because some people confuse this concept. They think that because the vowels are not written, that there were no vowels in the words, and you pretty much can't pronounce words without vowels. It's just that whether they document them or not, or felt the need to or not, is a different question. So the vowels exist, because I've heard people say, well, the vowels don't exist in ancient Egyptian. And some people will confuse that and take it literally as if vowels didn't exist in the spoken language. So we have a difference between what's being documented and then what's spoken. All right. And we need vowels to speak.
Yeah, I was just going to say to add on to that, African language, they're African groups that wrote their language without vowels. I would say present time, as he stated, with Hebrew and also with Arabic, we know they don't use vowels. And then we know that some ancient languages and even some languages today just use clicks. And so languages with clicks may not have written or may not write with the vowels as well.
Okay, I was trying to keep up with the comments also, but I hope everybody's clear about that that first question and the discussion. Like I said, it's a good discussion to have about that Bantu question and everything. But I want to let everyone know that it takes some time to really have a full discussion about it. So what we were saying and discussing, even in the group, is really just enough to guide someone to get them to the proper study of the data. And all of us during the discussion pointed out where you can find the data that demonstrates the issues, the problems with assuming that Bantu originates in the Cameroon. All right, so hopefully that's clear. And I hope everybody's clear that, like I keep saying, you're not going to look at somebody's genes being mapped, the DNA analysis of somebody's genome, and be able to tell what brand of sneakers that they like. And you're not going to be able to tell what language a person speaks. Just not going to do that. And if anyone claims so, then ask them for the gene, a specific gene that codes for language. That's it. Yeah, I see Asar is in the chat now. And he said Egyptian is Bantu. Now see, so that's what I was saying earlier. See, now if we say that, if somebody were to read what Asar said, Egyptian is Bantu. Now, because of this great assumption that people have of the Bantu originating in Cameroon, that will raise eyebrows. That will cause a big ruckus. And so knowing that, the work has been done to prove or to demonstrate it. There's the evidence is there, the demonstration is there. So all we can do is lead people to the actual demonstration. If I tell you that that a human being can lift 1,000 pounds with one hand, and then you got a group of people over here who don't believe it, but then I tell them, well, hey, just look over there. Just go in that room right there. There's a guy in there lifting 100-pound dumbbell with one hand right now. Go over there and look at it, and he'll demonstrate it for you. But if that group of people refuse to go over to that room and look at it, then what? So all we can do is just tell people where to go and see the data and go see the demonstration of that data and everything. That's really all we can do. At that point, we just have to keep it moving. And that's why I say people have to slow down, read the literature, and keep it moving. It's just that simple. So that's what happens. People will, people will fight tooth and nail not to look at it. It's like, wow, just look to your left. Look to your left. There's a guy lifting a dumbbell right now. Just look to your left. Just move your head slightly to the left and you'll be able to see it. Don't take my word for it. Look at it. And they refuse to move. So you got to kind of, just keep it moving with that. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on that too far. But was there any other questions? Because I was going to scroll back up.
Yeah, real quick on the second question that regarding if ancient Egyptian is the only African group that has wrote their language without vowels, because I had the answers talking about the click languages and all that, and I just wanted to ask if you can make a clarification. Is it the spoken language, or was it a question regarding spoken languages not having vowels in them, or a writing system in African writing systems that don't have vowels in them? Because I think when I was listening to the answers, it was talking about spoken languages. Okay.
Yeah, in the question it says wrote their language without vowels. Is the ancient Egyptians the only African group that wrote their language without vowels?
Okay, I get it. Well,
yeah, he also had another question. Coming from the same person, Akachi Mayat Chisom. Has the Seshew in their research come across any religious or spiritual texts? Because various organizations trace their intellectual lineage and traditions to the Remetch. Hopefully everybody heard me clear.
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Yeah, so it'll be a long one right there.
Yeah. Well, see, that comes with what's being defined as religious or spiritual text, because I guess the short and skinny answer would be yes, but it just depends on how you define a religious, quote unquote religious or quote unquote spiritual text. So it's kind of hard to go without having a long discussion about that. So let me put it this way. And this kind of touches on a hot topic that's being spoken about in recent times on various different platforms. The difference between myth and reality, or myth and science. We've actually done a previous hangout on myth versus science. We've done a hangout, and I advise everyone, well, I'm not even sure if you can check it out now. But we'll try to see if we have that. Oh, no, it is available. It's available on Amara Squad TV YouTube channel. So if you're not familiar with that, go to Amara Squad TV YouTube channel. You'll be able to see a hangout entitled Myth versus Science. So check that out. But I'll say the gist of it is that, with myth, Africans famously write in myths. A myth is basically a story and a narrative. And so myth the way that myths are written or the narratives are conveyed is by way of figurative expressions. So there are a lot of figurative language involved with myth or the narratives. And so whether the information is being conveyed is scientific or not is a separate issue from the mode in which the information is being communicated. So if you're using a figurative language and people are confusing this and they want to take figurative things literal or vice versa and so on, so people are jumbling it all up. And so when we say religious text or spiritual text, this is what people mean, because some people take the word spiritual as spooky. They'll say, ah, that's spooky. Spiritual stuff is spooky. Or you'll hear people say, I don't have a religion and things. So people define these terms a little differently and stuff. So that's why it's kind of hard to really answer the question until the person can clarify what they mean by spiritual text or religious text. But so I'm just going to go with a summary answer is that in have we come across spiritual text or religious text? I would say yes. In terms of ancient Kemet. Short answer is yes.
Yeah, I guess the part of the question that stands out to me is when they say because various organizations trace their intellectual lineage and traditions. So I guess I would need more clarification as to which intellectual lineage and traditions are you referring to, and are you asking, do we have texts that support those lineages and those traditions? That's what it kind of sounds like.
Yeah, but that's part of a greater discussion that's really jumbled up. And you got part of that discussion is whether things are real, whether things are literal, whether they're allegorical, figurative. All of that is bound up inside of that kind of discussion. So in order to unravel that kind of discussion, that would take a pretty good discussion, because one, you have to start off with an agreement with definitions of terms. And like I said, whenever you use the word God, whenever you use the word spirit, spiritual, religion, and those key words, those words have been polarized in the social community. And a lot of different people they walk around with different meanings of those words or different ideas in their minds about what those words mean. So any discussion that involves those things, you have to start off the discussion with a working definition of those terms and things like that. All right. So without that, then it's kind of hard to have the discussion. And I don't want to have a long drawn out conversation and without the person clarifying that. But I can't just give some examples, because like African spirituality, in some people's minds of what they mean by spirituality is a form of psychology. When you think of psychology, the study of the mind and behavior, then there's an aspect of that is wrapped right up comfortably in African spirituality, because you have initiatory systems that seek to control or modify the behavior of human beings and to build character and to make you a proper human, take you from a undomesticated wild aspect of yourself, domesticate you and refine you and give you culture, and then even after that make you divine, ancestralize you and make you into a divine being. So you have those three kind of main stages where you're born into this world as a rough, bumpy stone, wild animal, and then you're domesticated by way of your family, your village, your community, your rites of passages, your initiatory house that you belong to, and so on and so forth. And you're domesticated into a human where you can plug in and be an asset to the society in which you live, or the community in which you live. And then even later, as you gain more and more wisdom and things, then you're refined even more and you'll become a divine being. And even when you passed on, you can even be ancestralized and remembered and so on and so forth. So And I just say that because that entire process can be deemed African spirituality. And that's the same thing that psychology seeks to do, or seeks to at least study, is the mind and behavior. Because how a person behaves is a tangible, observable aspect of what's going on in a person's mind. Because as a man thinketh, as they say, as a man thinketh, so is he. So it's like all acts are preceded by thoughts. You have to think about things and think things before you actually do them.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you have to think about it this way too. A lot of institutions are made to be behavioral modification systems, and that's what's been failing us. So we have this wild behavior, or this behavior that we're not happy with as a whole. Why? Because the institutions that are supposed to modify that behavior have failed us. And those institutions, be it religion or belief systems, and the systems that are in place through belief systems, the educational system, and even entertainment. That's a hard pill to swallow. We have to realize that Hollywood and all the entertainment channels are raising our children. They're mechanisms of influence, heavy influence, and they're modifying our behavior.
So I would even include family in that structure, or as part of one of the structures.
I'm not sure if anybody's talking. I'm hearing some noise. I think I had to leave and come back. So.
No, that's Sin Antoine. You might have to leave and come back. You kind of in and out. Because I can hear Saber. I can hear you clear. I think Bud John, what's his name? Bud John might have just joined us. He's asking for peer-reviewed material concerning Bantu and Egyptian. If you go back and earlier in the video, you could see some books that were recommended.
Okay, I think my audio was straightened out. Yeah, I apologize if I was talking the same time somebody else was talking. That's because my audio, I wasn't hearing anything.
All right, you can hear us now, right?
Yes, to you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think but Saint Antoine already left. I think he'll probably pop back again. He was just adding to what you were saying.
Okay. Yeah, so were there any more questions? I mean, like I said, yeah. This is kind of a question and answer, and kind of laid back, free for all, panel chat.
Right. There is another question. I think that was from Second Ra. So what he was asking was, did the Remesh see Set, a nature who the rest of the unknown world sees as an inherently evil figure, as evil or against Ma'at? Or did the Remesh see Set as a nature who was needed because his nature is also in us?
I would say both. But a clear indication of Set or Satuk or Sutesh being, I should say, looked at in high regard is when you see him as names. Like, for example, you have a famous king, the father of Ramses II. His name is Seti I. And so you have to ask your question, why would one of the highest officials of the kingdom utilize Seti as his name in his Sarah name? And then you go back a lot further in early dynastic periods, you'll see Set being used, and it really wasn't a problem at all. But I want to say this though, because the idea of good and evil and things like that, all you have to do is take note that in a lot of the indigenous cultures, whatever character that is given the attributes of what we would call evil, just notice that that character, by whatever name, is never destroyed. And the most famous one that most of us will be familiar about would be the devil of the Bible and things like that. Notice that the devil is blamed for everything wrong in the world. The father of lies, the father of evil, and the tempter. All these different attributes that are given to the devil, Satan, Shaitan, Beelzebub, all these different names that are and attributes that are given to this character. But yet this particular character is never destroyed. It's not killed, not destroyed. People get killed. Nations get killed. Within the biblical stories, God, justifies people killing a whole population of people called Canaanites, men, women, and children, and taking of people's lands. But yet this devil character, who is supposed to be the father of lies and this, that, and the other, is spared all the time, every single time. So that would be a good question to ask. Why is that? Why is that? Even in the end, the book of Revelations, supposed to be the end, where the devil is just basically trapped into the pit, put in jail. Why not just get rid of the devil? Get rid of it. So anyway, but back to Set. Set has a very important job within the narratives of ancient Kemet, and that is to protect Ra from Apep. All right, so remember that Set is a character within some of the narratives where he is actually within the boat, the solar bark or boat of Ra, and he has a spear, and he's actually protecting Ra from Apep. All right, so I'm saying it that way without getting it, spending a whole hour to kind of relay the story. But just look for the stories, look for the narratives where Satuk or Set is actually given the responsibility to protect Ra, and he's protecting Ra from Apep. All right. Now we know that Apep and Ra were basically arch enemies, and we're also familiar with the stories between Set killing Wasir, his brother, and Wasir's son Heru, avenging his father's death by battling Set, and they went through this long battle, a back and forth battle that ended up where Heru became victorious. So you have different narratives where certain things are explained. Now again, these narratives are figurative in nature because that's the way in which these stories are written. But so it's our job, and this ties into why it's important to learn the language, because once you learn the mechanics of the language, how the spoken language was encoded into the writing system, and you're able to read it for what it is, then that just sets a solid foundation. But then you have to do an entire new inquiry or investigation into the realities that are behind these different stories. We know we're familiar with symbolisms and things, but now you have to get to the reality, because a symbol is a stand-in. And if you really, really, really think about it, language, period, is basically a medium of illusions. And I'll just give you one example to demonstrate what I mean by that. If I say the word car, or if I say it and you hear me say it in the spoken form, car, or if I spell it out on paper, C-A-R, and you read it without hearing me say it, regardless of whether it's read or whether it's heard, or regardless of whether it's spoken or written down, that word in that form is not the car itself. By me saying car, that sound is not the car or the object of a car itself. So the words is a symbol. It's a stand-in for the tangible, real object that's in reality, that's in our surroundings. So every time we communicate, we're communicating in a medium that is not real, I should say, in that sense. And hopefully you get what I'm saying with my example. So then you have a layer above that to where although if I say car or let me use another one. Fire. If I say the word fire or the sound of that word fire is not fire itself. I can't burn you by saying fire. Okay. But an actual fire can burn you. So the word fire is not fire itself. And if I wrote it down on paper, Fire, that's not fire itself. Okay. So that in and of itself, lets you know that words are symbols. Basically, words are symbols. They stand in for something. But now we have another layer above that to where I can actually use that already symbol, that already stand in thing, and put another layer on top of it and talk about something else in a metaphoric or allegorical way, or I should say figurative way. So there's layers to this, because I can say, hey, those shoes are fire. And now not only am I using a word that originally itself was not fire itself, but now I'm even using it in a figurative way where I'm not even pointing to what it originally pointed to, which was literally fire. Now I'm using it in a metaphor that those shoes are nice. Those shoes are attractive. I'm saying those shoes are fire. Some people say those shoes are hot. That's fire. You see what I'm saying? So, so I'm saying that to say that it's very important for us to learn the language, because we have a lot of work to do if we're ever going to recover the realities that are behind the figurative layer, let alone, just the basic normal communication layer, the layer of and the usage of words in their semantic, or I should say denotative and connotative ways. Then you have the figurative ways that language is used. And so there's a lot of work to do there, because there's a lot of checks and balances that has to take place, because when you jump to the figurative layer and start to investigate and analyze that, there's a lot of room for error. And so we have to have checks and balances in place to eliminate error. And that's what science does. So we have to make this a scientific endeavor to recover the realities behind the figurative language of these traditions. So Kemet being, very commercialized, romanticized and stuff like that, is one of those things that people misuse that gray area. So they take the gray area where it's prone to be error prone, a lot of errors there because of the nature of figurative language itself. And they take advantage of it and just make stuff up. They'll make stuff up. And, on the social media, that's known as pseudoism. People are pseudo. They just take something, make something up and just pass it on to the next person. It becomes popular and it sounds good, but it's totally inaccurate. So we have to be careful. That's why we have to become more scientifically literate in general, but specifically we have to tackle these things in a very scientific way. And the goal or reason for doing that is to eliminate as much error as possible. And the only way we're going to do that is digging in. So that's why we encourage people to learn the language, because even after you master the language and the grammar of it, you still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go. We have to recover the realities behind the language. And I'm bringing all that up because of the question of Satuk, because you could ask me a question about any of the Necharu. And so what are these Necharu really are, what do they really represent? And that's a hot topic that I've seen on various different YouTube channels. People are talking about Necharu are who are they? What are they? Are they literal? Are they real living human beings? Are they aliens? Did they come from another planet, came here and did this and that and the third and whatnot? But yet the people, in order to really dig into that question and have a very worthwhile and progressive discussion of it, people have to step it up. They have to start learning the language, because it's through the language that you'll learn the psychology of the people who spoke the language. And therefore, to understand the Egyptian mind, you have to learn the language. Therefore, you could tap into the psychology of the people and the genius, and then you'll be further along in answering your question. But you can't stand on the outside and just start to speculate, because we could speculate for days. You know the phrase, how the phrase go, if was a something, I forgot it go, but anyway.
All right, testing.
If was a fifth, we all be drunk.
Yeah, if was a fifth, we all be drunk or something. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Can y'all hear my mic now?
To you.
Yes, to you.
All right. Yeah, kind of go with what you were saying, and also dealing in the lines of set. We got Taseti, right? And so some people say that's the land of the bows, or land of Seti. So once again, here goes to where that name Set is still being used, and also where we have to go dig deep to figure out, okay, why was this land called Taseti, or what have you. So a lot of things can be presented as stated, but until you dig into that deeper level, you're just gonna be going back and forth. And like I felt like even with the guys' post with the Bantu, and even some of the posts with the Netarus, a lot of people just don't want to do the work. And so you spend all this time putting forth this information and presenting it to them, and they come back with, "Oh, well, was it peer reviewed?" It's like it's disingenuous.
Yeah, and like I said, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. That was just agreeing with what San Antonio was saying.
Yeah, and like I said, see, we always want to be in a position to help people out, and so especially in our Facebook group, we invite people. We want people to share information, ask questions, whatever they learn elsewhere, bring it all to the table and everything like that. So we always wanted to be in a position to help people out. But there is definitely a threshold to that. So if somebody asks you a question and then you tell them where they can get the answer to the question, and the only reason why you're telling them where to get it and you yourself are not giving them the answer directly is because the nature of the answer itself. Like I can't sit on a Facebook post and teach someone comparative linguistics. It's best to do it in a more appropriate, proper way, which I can point them to in a direction to learn it. And so at that point, if they refuse to do that, then you have to you have to make a judgment call. You have to say, all right, well, do you really want my help or not? And so what happens is sometimes we get caught up into a back and forth thing where we don't have to. It's just simply just keep it moving. So, we'll be more than happy to help people out. But some people are asking questions not for an answer. They're asking a question, but really making a statement. And I call that passive aggressive proselytization, where people are really trying to proselytize you into something, but they're coloring it in a question form, not really believing that you really have an answer for it because they have an agenda to push. And so, some people do that. Not everybody does that, but some people do that. I've seen people do that.
Right. Real quick regarding the question with Set or Setek, there's a really good presentation on Nasar Imhotep's page or YouTube page, and I think there's a presentation by the sister Angela Potter, and I think it's titled "The Wars, the Snake, and the Netra." I just looked at it. I think she really did go over the whole concept with Set or Setuk very well. So for the person who was asking, or for anyone else who's interested, you might want to check that presentation out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what we'll do is on our page, we'll repost. I know Ambola gave a lecture on historical comparative linguistic. I think it's about an hour and a half long. We can repost that, and also that Sister Angela Porter's presentation where she goes into the WASP. We can definitely repost those on our Facebook page too, in our YouTube page.
All right. All right. So hopefully that's satisfactory to some people now. Because we're just having a casual conversation and we're trying to cover a few things and have a wide range of discussion. I don't want to spend too much time on any one particular thing, but there's a lot to be said about a lot of these questions that we're talking about already. So just keep that in mind, just kind of trying to keep it in summary or keep it short. But I also add this about Satuk. One thing about Satuk getting a bad rap is there's a narrative about Satuk when you talk about the birth of the various different Necharu. If you notice that, well, I'll ask the question. Well, I don't know. It's like a delay in the chat room, but I'll ask the chat. When it comes to Satuk, can you give me the genealogy of the various different netures, like for Neteru, I should say, starting with Atum, and then from Atum or from Ra or whatever that the top neture is, and go down a list. And if you name them, you'll see what I'm saying. I'll just wait to see if somebody provides that, and then I'll just go on with my point. Yeah, so now I while we're waiting, I did have a discussion some years back on this question about the Neteru being real or literal. And because I chimed in on the discussion a long time ago, and this was on Facebook as well, where people were saying that the Neteru are real. You know, they were saying that Jehuti really lived, you know, was like a sentient human being, flesh and blood human being, Homo sapiens sapien, or whatever the case is, you know, living entity living on Earth, and so on and so forth. So I chimed in on that discussion, and it became an issue of real versus literal, you know. And so there's a distinction about that. And so what I was saying is that that the Neteru are real, but they're not to be taken literal. And so that was the point that I was making. And, you know, I basically supported the point to have people understand the difference between something that is real and then something that is literal. So I'm going to find that and see if I can read that. But I'm trying to see if anybody answered, and not yet. So anybody on the panel answer what I was saying, asking about the genealogy that is most famously known about the different Neteru coming down to Satuk?
What was that? Say that again.
I was asking that the different deities, their births and their or their lineage, the lineage of the different deities, like the Ennead or the Ogdad, but not the Ogdad, but more so the Ennead, the famous group of 9, and their go down the list and name them. No. All right. Well, I'll just make my point. So basically, you start off with Atum, and then you have Shu and Tefnut. Everybody's familiar with Shu and Tefnut.
Are you talking about Memphis or which? The Memphis?
No, not the Ogdad. That's why I mentioned the Ennead. So I'm just going to mention them. So we have Atum, then we have Shu and Tefnut, and then we have Geb and Nut. Everybody should be familiar with that. Yeah, second Ra put it down. Atum, Tefnut, Shu, Tefnut, Geb and Nut, and then Asar and Aset. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because one of the reasons why Satuk gets a bad rap is because if you notice that as a genealogy, you notice that they come out in pairs. So starting with Atum, then you have Shu and Tefnut, which is a pair. Then you have Geb and Nut as a pair. Then you have Asar and Aset as a pair. Now, what breaks up that pattern, or who breaks up that pattern? It would be Satuk, because Satuk comes on the same genealogy line as Asar and Aset. So now the lines don't have pairs anymore. Now that the pair pattern, the pattern was broken. And this pattern was broken because it's a narrative where that explains within the language, within the text, and in the language, it's very important to read it in the language, because in the translation, when Satuk is born, it simply says born, you know, Satuk, you know, born, Satuk was born, blah, blah, blah. But if you look in the language, the birth of Satuk, there's a different word for birth that's used there for him as opposed to the ones that precede him. And it alludes to the fact that Satuk came out the side. He forced his way out of the womb, out of due time, which means that Satuk broke the pattern of this pairing, Shu Tefnut, one pair. Geb Nut, another pair. Asar Aset, another pair. And then lo and behold, at the same time frame, Set or Satuk come out. And then Nebet Hut, or his Nephthys, come out. So he broke the pattern. So and we know this by knowing the language, and you'll see that his birth was described differently. And off the top of my head, I don't have the story or the primary in front of me to read, but if you seek out that story about Satuk's birth, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But you have to look at it within the language, because for the other births, the word mes is used. The word mes means to give birth. Messi, from a verb, means to give birth. But with Satuk, there's a different word that's used there. And right now, off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly which word it is, but it's a different word nonetheless. So this is another reason where Satuk comes into the play as a character in the narratives as the father of chaos, or that which breaks the pattern. And so it becomes the pattern breaker. He becomes the pattern breaker, and these other attributes are given to him. And so that's one of the reasons why Satuk gets a bad rap, So these characters, so we have to remember that these myths are very, very powerful. They're very, very, they're devices to hold information. And it's our job. We have to recover the realities, because we're not part and parcel of the ancient culture today as it was in ancient times. It's a lot of work that we have to do to recover it. All right. Otherwise, like, for example, today, if I say, hey, those shoes are hot, everybody and their mother will pretty much know what I mean by that, because we are actually swimming in the culture that informs you of what I mean by that. But let's say 1,000, 2,000 years from now, and I wrote that on a piece of paper and it survives, and then somebody in a later culture, a distant culture, distance in geography, distance in time, 2,000 years later, they read and they say, hey, man, this person right here with Jao, he said those shoes are hot. Now I know what shoes are, but that fire, these shoes are fire. I know what shoes are, but fire? I know what fire is, but man, how can shoes be fire? You mean to tell me that human beings were wearing fire on their feet? And so they have to start to try to figure out what you mean by that. Like, man, shoes are fire. Were they walking on fire? Were they wearing fire? What was meant? So then you have to do your detective work, and you have to pull together from information from all kinds of disciplines and studies and stuff to really get to the heart and try to recover that reality of what was really meant behind that. Like today, a common one that everybody uses is the phrase butterflies in my stomach. Everybody would know what that means today. But imagine in the distant future, people who understand what butterflies are, they're going to be like, wow, my human ancestors ate butterflies at one point. And that would be so far from the truth. What was meant is that I am nervous, but they're using the word butterfly as a metaphor to stand in for the reality of nervousness. So that goes into what I said about the Neteru being real, but not literal. They stand in for a reality, but they're not to be taken literal. You're not going to find a human being who has 2 legs, 2 arms, a torso, and everything like that, but yet they have as their anatomy, they have an animal head. Now, anybody can wear a mask, but I'm speaking, you're not going to find a literal human being that has these body parts ever. So it's not to be taken literal, but they're real because they stand in for realities, certain realities. And that's the nature of figurative language or figurative expressions or symbolisms in general. All right, just remember that symbols stand in for something. And it could be very dangerous. It could be very informative, and it could be very dangerous. People can manipulate the nature of that phenomenon. That's a phenomenon that is inevitable, but people can manipulate that, or you could benefit from it. Because like, for example, if you were to draw, if I had a triangle on the screen, and 1 point, which is 3 points. 1 point is A, the other point is B, the other point is C. A represents the person, C represents the reality, and then in order to talk about C, you have to use B as a symbol for it. And so because of that, some people can manipulate and then disguise what C really is. And then this is what happens to people who manipulate this phenomenon that takes place. And language itself is a symbolic medium. And so people use language and manipulate people. All right. And I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. This is something that is real, and it happens all the time. And we know it happens all the time because it's put into practice all the time. Just look at any war around the world, past or present. One of the first things that two warring countries do, or two warring nations do, when they get into the physical aspect of a battle, what do? They dismantle the communication of their enemy. Because without communication, there could be no synchronized actions taken. And once you destroy someone's communication network, therefore you start to isolate their movements. Instead of it being a united front, now it becomes smaller pocketed units of movements. So communication is always the first target in a military operation. You destroy the satellite, you destroy the radar, or you destroy whatever communications it is. Like, look at the police force. Like the police force all around the country, the police force. One of the main things that they are able to be effective at the job that they do is because they have a dispatch service. They have a communication. They have walkie-talkies. They have the, in the car, portable walkie-talkies, and so on and so forth. They can communicate. If they didn't have that, it would be a single officer doing whatever they do. No backup, no nothing. They can't mobilize and organize to handle an emergency. They won't be able to do it. Same thing for ambulance, firefighters, the whole nine. Period. You destroy communication. That's the first thing that the military does. So now think about that. Now let's go biblical for a second. Genesis chapter 10 or 11. It's been a minute for me, so excuse me. But in 10 or 11, where they talk about the Tower of Babel scene, right? You have this scenario where you have this single leader called Nimrod. This leader, Nimrod, unified all the people. How were they unified? They were unified based on a simple principle that they all communicated in the same language. That means they were unified. There was no isolation. Everybody could understand one another, and they could do remarkable things. One of the remarkable things that they did was to build this giant tower called the Tower of Babel, that people call the Tower of Babel. And it was so grandiose that it reached heaven and almost went up to God's house, wherever that is, into heaven. And so God gets wind of what's going on, and he gets mad. And he's like, wait a minute. Nope, I can't have that. So what he does, he sends his angels down, or he said, come, let us go down there. So God and his boys, or his angels, go down there to see what man was doing. They find out that they are unified and they're doing great things. And so what does God do? The first thing that God does is to destroy the communication. So that was a military operation taking place right there. They destroyed the communication of people. How? By confounding. This is where the story goes now. By confounding or confusing the tongues, confusing the language. And because of that confusion, there was no synchronized unity. There was no synchronized actions and behavior. Everybody started to become isolated, and the numbers became less. Because there's greatness in numbers. So the numbers became less. And then so much so that people start going their separate ways. That's the way the story is written in the Bible. Everybody starts to go their separate ways. And what happens? Everybody started forming their own separate identity and nations. And that's why Genesis chapter 10 or 11, I forgot which one, is called, the chapter of the genealogy of the different nations, the chapter of the nations and stuff, so on and so forth. So anyway, I just want to let you all know that about communication in and of itself. So my point was that communication can be manipulated, and it's because of the nature of communication in and of itself. It's a medium of an illusion, and we have to be careful with it. We know the benefits of it, but we have to guard ourselves against the misuse of it, and we fall victim of the misuse so many times. And so it's very, very important not to fall for that. And it's important to learn the language. So when we talk about Kemet and we're talking about the culture and what was really done and what was real or not, then at the very least, you owe it to yourself to learn the language. Because as I said, there's multiple layers to it. So I know I'm going on, but let me pass the mic, or if there's any other comments or questions.
Well, I'm going to try and add something, because it kind of goes with what you just said, and a question that we had in the chat. They're following along with the story you're talking about, and we have a question from Lisa. She says, so the others in pairs were all twins. And I was just thinking about that, and it gets deep, like with the figurative language, because we know the number 2 in the language was that Senu, right?
Yes.
So, and then we have Sin for brother. You add on the T, Sinet, for sister. But then also, I've seen where a man would call his woman Sinet. So there's more of a meaning to the word Sinet than just sister, because a man would call his woman Sinet. He didn't mean that was his sister, but it was more like a couple thing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it just, when you ask the question about, were the couples twins, I don't know, maybe hopefully that could help her with that question, because it comes down to, really learning the language and the figurative meaning and learning the other meanings of the words. So I don't know, maybe you could articulate that better. I'm sure you can, but I just wanted to add that for that question.
No, it's really nothing to add to what you said. That's just on point. The word sin means sibling, but it also means a twinning, a double, 2. That's why the word sinu or sin also means the number 2. They use it for the number 2. And like you said, the word for sister, this may cause some confusion where people think that Egyptians were marrying their sisters, not realizing that the word that is translated as sister can also mean my twin, my counterpart, my other half. Like how we say today, people call their wives and husbands, yeah, hey, talk to my other half, she's my other half, or he's my other half. We even use that kind of terminology today. So, and like for example, on the papyrus of Hunefer, there's a scene where Osir is sitting on the throne, and before him is a lotus or lily flower with the 4 sons of Heru, Duamatef, Happy, Duamatef, Kabesanuf, and who am I missing? The 4th one.
Say him again. Happy, Duamatef, Imseti.
There you go. Imseti. Right. And so behind Wasir is standing 2 women, and the 2 women are Osset and Nebet Hut. And in that particular papyrus, it will say right there in the inscription that the women are saying that I am your sister, Osset, and then I am your sister, Nebet Hut. There. And so if you understand the genealogy of these particular deities, they all came out on the same level. So if you look at it as genealogy levels, you have Shu Tefnut, as one level, and then the next level down as a hierarchy would be Geb and Nut, and the next level down you have a breakup of the two. So the pattern was broken, and you have 4 coming on that level. And like I said, in the narrative, Satuk is given a bad rap because he is said to have come out and forced himself out of the womb, and they use a different word for that birth, not the normal word for birth. It's a different word. So there's some significance to that, and you won't pick that up unless you understand the language. You learn the language and you read it in the language, because in the English translation, a birth is a birth. You know, we just see it. Okay, Satuk was born. You know, so maybe we could do a hangout now. Like I said, you know, tonight we're just kind of chit chatting tonight, and so we're not going in any in-depth treatment on any one particular topic. But maybe we can actually have a hangout for that particular subject, and I can pull the primary out and we can discuss it, show the words, and so on and so forth. All right. But in the meantime, I'm not even sure the name of the actual primary, but I hope I'm giving you enough to where you can search out for those who are tuned in and listening right now. It's a narrative of the birth of Satuk, and it describes his birth. Well, not just his birth, but all of them. And so the English translation, the way it's read, is pretty smooth. You'll see Shu, Tef, Nut, Geb, Nut, Wasir, Aset, Satuk, Nebet Hut, and so on. And it will kind of flow normally. But when you get into the language, you'll see that there were some differences there. All right. So keep that in mind. And that shows an important aspect. All right. So hopefully you all get that. So, they were marrying their relatives too. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, we also get to where, like, kind of like with the sister and brother, to where it was almost used as an identifier for different class levels, as far as like maybe your initiation level. This group, they were all considered brothers and sisters at this level, and then maybe the next generation, they were all considered brothers and sisters at that level. So I guess that kind of relates to more like the origin or like the tribal aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just scrolling. So yeah, the floor is open. So anybody have anything else?
I think that might just be it. But like, I know we kind of talked about some things that happened or that were going on this week, and so I'm not sure. Judy, are you still with us?
Two.
Okay, what was going on? Because I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I seen like almost a week ago where you and Michael Edwards were having a conversation on Sinetter channel. Want to see if you can give us any insight into that discussion.
Just basically going through the circular arguments of the sexual deviance and commit claims that he was bringing out, and he was kind of dealing with the cosmology of and he brought out the Anutawi papyrus, but he mistakenly he kind of got slick with it and was reading from another cosmology papyrus out of the Book of the Dead, from Faulkner, but he showed the picture of the Anutawi papyrus and showed I guess Geb the picture of Geb and with the doing whatever he was doing, whatever, and he was just trying to say it was not homosexual but sexual deviance, not understanding the mythology of it, and acting like as if it's an actual person doing sexual acts to himself.
Okay, well, turning the nectars into an actual individual.
Correct. Yes. It was kind of childish. I handled it real quick, so it wasn't nothing. It's just the same circular claims. I'd rather get into some other claims I've seen recently this week, dealing with the Egyptians eating their children. I seen that claim this week. I wouldn't mind you dealing with that.
Well, yeah, we could save that for a hangout specifically. Unless y'all wanna, because like I said, it's kind of a little tricky because we've been on for 2 hours, and want to kind of just cover a few things and let this hangout really be question and answer driven. I'm trying to see what people are asking in the chat. As we have a few people watching, and again, I want to show my appreciation for people who are tuned in. It's Friday night and we're on here. And then we normally have a Freestyle Friday. We're usually breaking down a transliteration and translation of a particular inscription. But tonight we having a kind of laid back conversation, Q&A session. So, feel free, if you got a question, type it in. If we have the answer, we'll try to get it to you in a short, efficient way, or point you in a direction where you can find it. All right. And plus, this helps us out too, because some of the questions that even we have or that are asked of us, we can actually go in on it on future hangouts. So like, for example, that question about what was the question before? Like, for example, I was talking about Satuk and everything. We can actually have a hangout and focus on that. And we could show the primaries and break it down, transliterate and translate the different lines that are in question that actually show and demonstrate what I was saying about the differences between the birth of Satuk versus the birth of Wasir, how it's actually described in the language that their births are different, and why and how Satuk is given a bad rap for that. He's blamed for disrupting the pattern. And so, this is the chaotic aspect of things. To disrupt this pattern, these patterns are seen as Ma'at. So when people say, okay, Satuk was against Ma'at, favorite Isfet and stuff like that, you'll see where these kind of themes and concepts start to develop from and things. So we could probably go in on that. And so hopefully if you have questions and we're not quite going in depth on the question, please just understand that, we just kind of want to touch on some of the aspects, but we will definitely use these questions as future hangouts in and of themselves. That way we can give a more thorough answer and actually even bring out some more material to go over. All right. So, but yeah, the Gab, I haven't seen what you and Michael Edwards go back and forth per se, but I have seen that claim so many times, and people have to just understand that the Neteru are not sentient physical human beings in the first place. They represent root metaphors, composite themes, so much that's wrapped up in the Neteru, and then a lot of it is like contained, like the name of the Neteru itself and all the meanings that are involved in the name. It serves as a container for multiple themes. And if you're part and parcel of the culture, you would know that. And so, when you don't, then you have, you're way off. And you have to be very, very precise, because once you get off a little bit, then the further you talk about it, the more and more distant you are from the actual truth and the reality. It's like a trajectory of a laser beam. If I shoot a laser beam at a target and it's stationary and the laser itself is fixed, it's going to point in a certain direction. And so what happens, the further that target goes out, if I move the laser itself 1 degree up, then the further the target is away from the laser beam, the greater the distance it would be from the center of the target, to the point where it's no longer hitting the target at all. And all I did was move the laser 1 degree up. Out of 360 degrees, I moved it 1 degree upward. And it could end up being a total miss. I could totally miss the target. And so we have to look at it that way. So science encourages us to be as precise as possible and as objective as possible, to express our information in a very objective way, using objective language and not subjective languages. That's what science encourages us to do. So we have to remember that. But the Neteru are not sentient human beings, and they're not aliens. They don't come from anywhere. They just don't. So don't do that. You know, I mean, really. I mean, I shouldn't even have to say this, but you know, you have ram-headed human beings on the walls of ancient Kemet. So you mean to tell me that these people believe that such a creature existed, but yet they're so smart to build a pyramid and all of the different stats that you can give about the pyramid, how the sides are matching up to the cardinal points of the earth, and how they're you know, the blocks were laid that you can't even fit a piece of sheet of notebook paper through it, and all the mathematical calculations it took to do the X, Y, and Z. But yet these people believe that a human being had a ram's head, and that human beings were made literally from a potter's wheel out of
I think
clay.
that's the problem, say, but that's the problem right there, is that you have these people in the Abrahamic faith, that have their religious beliefs, and they project them onto African philosophies and the mythologies of Kemet, and they really do believe in creatures like that. That's the problem. So you got to
And
explain to them that this is not literal in Kemet, and stop projecting, stop trying to come to Kemet and try to find faults in Kemet to compare with your religious beliefs in your books. That's where I think the main problem comes in at.
exactly. But you know what? Just to keep it safe, to get outside of the realm of religious discussions, which a lot of people are sensitive of, you can totally move away from that, and just people just have to have a basic understand of what figurative language is. Period. It don't even have to be about religious stuff or belief systems itself. Just figurative language. Period. And matter of fact, don't even use a religious text. Don't even use anything that people associate with religion or belief systems. Take hip hop. Just use a hip hop song. Just pull up one of Redman's songs, and just analyze the lyrics and look at the metaphors that Redman used, or any rapper. I'm just using Redman as an example. Any rapper used in terms of metaphors and allegories and things like that. Just study how figurative language operates and is used. Just that alone should help people along, and to stop, you know, misusing that when they do these interpretations of these different texts and stories and myths, and understand what a myth is. You know, like I said, we did a show on myth versus science. So we have to, you know, so people have to really just understand. And there's just some basic example. I use the basic one all the time. Butterflies in the stomach. Next, you know, somebody's going to get on me about butterflies. Oh, you know, prove to me a butterflies in your stomach. But like, no, I don't mean the butterflies in my stomach. I mean, I'm nervous. It's a condition. I am nervous. I have a feeling of nervousness, but I'm describing it in a metaphor, and I'm saying that I have butterflies in my stomach. And it's done that way because butterflies tend to flutter. Moths and butterflies, they tend to flutter real fast. The wings flutter fast, and so on and so forth. So that's what it feels like. I can describe it as that. You know, matter of fact, if you get hurt and you go to a doctor's office, and the doctor did not witness your accident or how you got cut, burned, bruised, or whatever the case is, a doctor's job is try to assess what happened. So they ask you a bunch of questions. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to describe the pain. Like, does it hurt? On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you describe the pain? Or is it a stinging pain? Is it an achy pain? Is it a sharp pain? Is it whatever? See, so they're using figurative language to give, you know, to assess the situation. You know, a sharp pain. Like, how can pain be sharp? Like, literally. But you describe it that way because it's something that is very, very pronounced, because the object of a sharp instrument is something that is pointy and is pronounced. And so when you say a sharp pain, you're trying to describe a pain that is very narrow in the local area of your body and is very pronounced. So that's what they're describing as a sharp pain. It's like right here in this one small spot, doctor. Whereas an ache is more An ache takes place in a more broad area of your body. That's why you have a headache that your whole head aches. You know, you're throbbing, this throbbing headache. We won't say it's a sharp pain. If somebody describes a headache as a sharp pain, you would think, okay, you must have got something happened like in a specific spot in your head. You know what I mean? So I'm just using these as examples. These are just very simple, basic, common examples that people have to really just wrap their mind around. And then once they get an understanding of that kind of stuff, then start to look at, you know, belief text and religious texts and whatever the case is, and start to understand how people used figurative language all throughout history. Africans were amazingly good at it. As a matter of fact, they had to rely on it because you got to remember, writing is very, very young. In the lifespan of the human being, writing would be as if it was discovered or created yesterday. You know, it's very, very, very young. So you have to think about it. What about the continuation of language throughout the generations? How was that done? That means that they had to keep their vocabulary to a very bare minimum. You can't have too many words in a language if you have no means of recording them. The ones that kind of go in and out of use, how are you going to deal with those? So they had to keep their vocabulary, the quantity of words to a minimum. So you have a whole bunch of homonyms, words that sound alike but mean two different things and stuff like that, because they had to try to compact their vocabulary list because there was no way of recording it. It was all mental. They had to walk around with a dictionary in their head. So figurative expressions was used as a technology to help facilitate that for thousands and thousands of years. And we know it today as oral tradition and stuff like that. We have these myths and these narratives and so on and so forth. And then the discovery or the invention of writing. And because that's how things were done, it reflects in the writing. It's just that simple. People have to understand that. And I'm sure that Hebrews don't take the snake in the garden literally. The serpent in the garden, literally. We know serpents don't talk. So, and we know, and like, you know, they'll say real quick that wait a minute, Nimrod and his people, they didn't build a tower to actually reach heaven, like literally. That's allegory. That's figurative. See, so people kind of understand, so they're not playing fair. They kind of understand this, but then they want to hold certain things as literal. And to me, that's an inconsistent. That's basically contradictory, and it's borderline hypocritical sometimes, especially when they want to use it as a debating tool. Yeah, they just can't do that and shouldn't do it. So we had a hangout called actually before this one, right here in our archives. You look it up and watch it if you haven't checked it out. We have a hangout called Are We Stuck? And so on that hangout, we discussed the fact that a lot of these different topics keep coming up. And the reason why is because people have not slowed down, take the time out to learn certain information so that we can make progress on a bigger scale, move forward. These things are constantly being reiterated and brought up, things that were addressed, handled several times. And so we tend to get stuck because people don't want to take the time out to learn. And that's to our detriment. So it comes down to people just learning, just learn, expand your knowledge. We don't know everything, you know, seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave, as they say. And don't be, you know, so stuck. That's why we call it, Are We Stuck? Can't do that. But were there any other questions? I see we have some people joined in. Okay, second rod. Am I here by myself? So I had to check.
No,
So quiet. Okay. Yeah, I had to check, boy, you know, because I hold the mic. But I'm trying to keep we're trying to keep these videos bite sized, 2 hours, but I see we've been on 2 hours, but it's a lot to talk about. We could keep on talking, but I like I said, I wanted to kind of just touch on a few of the questions that come up or whatever, discuss a few things, just by touching on them, not really going into depth, because we don't have a focus for this particular hangout. But it's a good thing because we can take the things that we just touched on, in a very brief way. We could take them and really go in depth on them in future hangouts. So I'm going to, take note of the things that was asked and whatever we discussed here. And then we can do some future hangouts and go into depth. But second Ra asked, I'm just scrolling up, seeing questions at random. Why isn't Isfet mentioned as often as other Necharu? Apep is well known as an adversary figure, but Isfet, who could possibly be the most problematic figure against all things, is not. Or if the Necha topic doesn't need to go on, my other question could be, what was Punt? Or how did the Magi relate to the Rimich? Man, Second trying to load up his his questions.
Got a lot of questions in there. Some you got to put a lot of time into these questions.
Yeah, well, let me start with Punt. Punt or Punwet or Puwinet is a marketplace, basically. So to give you the very, very short and skinny, Punt is a marketplace. Now, where the places were or predominantly were is up, that will take a longer discussion. But if you want to deal with Punt and stuff like that, one of the informative inscriptions is the voyages or the explorations of Hatshepsut. If you want to get an idea of what was brought back, what was traded, and things like that, but you'll find that Punt is a marketplace, and also that you'll find that it's not particularly one specific spot, but it was like a route or a marketplace where people came to exchange goods and things.
Yeah, we know Punt also dealt with trees, and so they would get different trees and bring them back for their fragrance or for their sturdiness, and also they would make incense from these trees as well, from Punt.
Right. But it was an accessible, or they were accessible marketplaces where people conducted trade, and the trade routes were protected because a lot of different goods and commodities and resources were exchanged at these places. All right, so just kind of keep that in mind. But like I said, that's a whole topic as well. As a matter of fact, the brother Asar Imhotep is doing has done some linguistic work on it to actually demonstrate or support the ideas of what I just said. All right, so I think that's forthcoming.
Yeah, he got a little bit about it in Nishibiti. That's where I got the information as far as relating to trees. But and I know you said it was a movable location, but I know some people say or have it dated to Somalia.
Mm-hmm.
As being a possible location.
Right. Well, like I said, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it would take a longer discussion, because when you do analysis on the word, and then you actually read the different text of where these expeditions were taking place and the items and things that were brought back and traded and stuff like that, you can kind of get an idea of where. But his question was, what was Punt? He didn't Sekim Ra didn't ask where specifically. So what was Punt is a marketplace. So what it was is a marketplace. Where it was is like I said, it would take a longer discussion to deal with that. And then his other question, Isfet. Now Isfet is not, there's not a depiction of Isfet in terms of anthropomorphic representation of Isfet. So you have a Pep, or the various different Necharu. And so your question is mentioned as often as other Neteru. Well, it depends on the text, because Isfet is mentioned quite a bit in some texts. So I don't, it depends on your familiarity with different literature, because Isfet is mentioned quite a bit, quite a bit. So don't, I hope you don't think that it's like one of those rare cases where it's mentioned here and there. It's mentioned quite a bit. It's just that, like you said, I think like you said, it's just not something that is famously discussed, because, if I say Heru, everybody knows who I'm talking about, because Heru is the subject of a lot of discussions. People try to say Jesus is Heru, and Jesus is popular, therefore Heru is going to be popular. If I say Jesus is really Heru and Asar or Wasir, they're just discussed a lot because of the circumstances that everybody kind of gives to it and everything. So with that, yeah, you're right that Isfet is not discussed a lot, but in terms of in the literature and what the Egyptians actually, or the Rimich actually discuss, you will find it. You will find it. You will find it pretty mentioned quite a bit. All right, so I hope you understand that. Was there anything else? I'm scrolling up, so if any of you all see any questions.
It's a question right below the one you just read.
Oh, that I just read. What was the meaning of Asar and Aset in depth? Oh, in depth meaning of Asar and Aset?
To you, I think that's what he meant.
Oh, a lot of the meanings of the deities' names are given by way of the function and the roles that they play in the narratives, because you have to remember that the deities are a metaphoric root or composite theme in most cases. They are labeling words for categorization of different spheres or jurisdiction of phenomena, whether that phenomenon be in your surroundings in nature or within your mind or psychology or cosmically, whatever the case is, or socially. So there's multiple layers for these different deities, multiple functions, multiple applications. And so that's why it's kind of hard to pinpoint a single meaning for particular deities, because they weren't constructed that way to begin with. And there's a lot of play. There's a lot of things that play in the creation of these different deities and their roles in the stories. And the roles in the stories will kind of help you out to understand what was used to bring these several different meanings together under one umbrella, which we look at as a single name. So basically, to get to the answer to the question, though, Wasir, let's start with Aset. Aset or Aset has the meaning of a throne, power, and things like that. And then Wasir, you have the word was and then ear, and it's kind of hard to pinpoint a meaning for Asar or Wasir. I'll say that because the role, Wasir is the person representing, resurrection. He's given the domain of the underworld as the king of the underworld, or to rule the underworld, or the Duat, as they say, netherworld. And we all know about his death and his death and resurrection in the underworld, though. With Heru, he was brought back to, he was given birth to Heru in what they call a posthumous way, with Aset becoming a bird or a kite, and then mounting him and then giving birth. You have that particular story, and so on and so forth. So there's different functions that Wasir has, but people will usually define him as the maker of the throne, because in his name you have the word ear or ear for the eye that you see with his name, and then the throne, the seat, the high throne with the high back on it. And so they will say the maker of the throne, or that which does on the throne, and then Set will be the throne itself. And so that's how some people will give it to you. But
yeah, Asar.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say on Asar, when he talks about the meaning of Osir, goes into, like you said, kind of goes into the eerie as far as meaning to perform a ritual, and also having it translated as seat of the eye with the throne and the eerie.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in chapter 10 of Nisibiti.
Okay, right.
No, I was gonna add to that. You said like even like when we discussed the Netarus as far as or Netareth, we talk about ISIS, and we know that some of the Netars gained importance at different locations. Some of them gained importance at different time, and so all those aspects you have to try to organize or make a file to understand, and a way of organizing a different file or a way of classifying these different aspects. So like I would say that to say like we'll say like Hathor, and we might see Hathor and Aset and have difficulty distinguishing between the two when we see a statue or when we see a glyph or what have you. But based on the fact that we do understand or use the language, we can kind of use that to our advantage to help dissect which netter it is or netter it is, and also use that to our advantage to have a clear understanding as to some of the roles this Netteret or Netter may have played in the myths or cosmologies.
Right. So there you have it. I'm scrolling and I'm looking at some of the questions and comments. So I see that Global African Tribalism for Self-Government says, I think Set was associated with a rival kingdom or tribe at a time, but Set represents the wilderness or foreigners. Now, this is the thing that we have to understand, that the deities are a composite theme, or they serve as labeling mechanisms for multiple things. So a lot of times you'll have a problem with trying to pinpoint and narrow down that this deity stands for this specific thing, because Satuk or Set or Sutesh does represent wilderness or foreigners, but much more than that. So we have to kind of be careful of how we describe these things. And this is why I say that for tonight's discussion, we're basically just kind of touching on a few things. We're not going into any very, thorough treatment of any particular one subject or whatnot. But if we're going to have a conversation about Satuk, we have to bring out all of the different attributes that he is attributed and what he represents to get to the bigger picture of things. But at the heart of what I mentioned earlier, the reason why he represents wildness or the wilderness or foreigners, those people who are on the other side of the hills or the mountains, which we call chasut, which is used, the glyph that's used to spell out that word is 3 hills and sometimes 2 hills. Those are people who live beyond the borders or beyond the hills or beyond the mountains, because those people, when they came into Kemet, they were known to be very disruptive, or they stuck out from the ordinary ebb and flow of the culture known by the Rimich at that particular time. So they were known as disruptors. And so Satuk is known in one of the core myths or core narratives as the disruptor. As I explained, his birth is one of the main catalysts for who Satuk was and is, or what he represents, because he disrupted the pattern of the birth being done in pairs, and it's described in this narrative. And I think we'll probably have a future hangout to go into more details about that. But Satuk does represent the desert. He represents the Desheret, or the desert, which is the infertile area, because remember, that was another attribute given to him, that he was not able to produce children. So he represents infertility, and infertility is known as a condition of the desert in terms of geography. You have the fertile area of the Nile, which is represented by the color black, Kim, and we have Kemet. And then you have the infertile area of the desert, the sandy desert, which is identified with the color red, Desher, which is the color red. So we call it Desheret, which is the word for desert. And so Satuk represents would represent that aspect, infertility, or that desertification of this particular area. You know how the Sahara dried up and became a desert. People had to move and migrate towards where water was located. So they seek out the blackness, or they seek out the fertile land, because black is used as a metaphor for fertility, not so much as the color itself, but as a metaphor for fertility. And then we go back to the metaphor or allegory type of thing again. So we just have to remember why these different deities are depicted or given these different functions and things like that. All right, so we have to understand that. And another thing, this something else popped in my mind as I was saying that, is that you have different claims periodically. You'll see this on the internet, where people will claim to find the tomb of Osiris. And then all of a sudden, once they make that claim on the blog somewhere, then all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of people who say, see, I told you Osiris was a real person because here's his tomb and stuff like that. And again, once you understand the language, you can read the language and the primary text and inscriptions, then you will understand that the deceased people or persons were called Wasir. And so when they find the tomb of Wasir, they're finding a tomb of a deceased person who gained the title of Wasir. It's just that simple. It's not that Wasir, the Wasir, who is the brother, the brother and husband, called he or hey of Osset. That's his tomb, his particular tomb. No, it's a tomb of a deceased person that has the title of Wasir. Just look on the papyrus of Ani, the Runu Per Imheru of Ani, also known as the Book of the Dead of Ani, or anyone, but Ani. It will say the Wasir Ani. And also, you know, Ani is the scribe. The Wasir, the scribe Wasir Ani. Ani was called Osiris. We have Nefertari is being called Osiris. And I always show that. I always show that. I don't have it ready to show right now, but I always show that one, where women are called Osiris or Wasir or Asar, however you want to pronounce it. So you know, I just want to say that because it's just vital. It's important to learn the language. Learning the language will eliminate a lot of the redundant misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot. And this misinformation, as good as it sounds, throws off the trajectory. And then by the time you get to the tertiary level of repeating this misinformation, it's so far off the mark that it just becomes ridiculous. And so it's our job, you know, that as people, you know, who see the seriousness of it and everything, to kind of correct that. We just got to do our job to correct these types of things. All right. So, you know, like I said, it's a lot of work to do. It's a lot of things that we, you know, to discuss and talk about. And, you know, we could talk about things all day for days and weeks and months at a time. But like I said, I just want to keep these hangouts, you know, to be a bite size. I know we've been on for 2 hours. Maybe we'll go to the 3-hour mark. So are there any other comments or questions and things?
I just wanted to welcome Brother Damo and Satep and Ra. I wonder if they had anything they wanted to add to the conversation.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling we're gonna turn this into a welcome to the Sabite Dome, because, you know, a lot of things that we tackle specific claims, we do it under that kind of environment that we created. The welcome to the Sabite. The word Sabite means instructions or teachings, and we say Sabite Dome, which means the dome of instruction. So we usually handle these claims under that kind of title series that we've done and everything like that. But yeah, by all means, Hotep, ETM Hotep, to Brother Damo and Satep and Ra, Meri Amin. Yeah, if you all want to introduce yourself, I have something to say, comments, questions. Basically, we having a Q&A night, trying to vibe with the chat.
Hotep, I bet. This is Damo. I'm just checking everybody out, listening in. I'm trying to type it in here and there, but liking the conversation and everybody's input so far. Just laid back right now.
All right. I see you got a lot. You got a lot of Egypt on your avatar there. You got a lot a lot of symbols going on right there.
Yeah, Hotep. I'm in the same boat with Damo, just chilling, catching the game, enjoying the conversation. So
all right.
Good conversation.
Yeah, so see, Egypt is exciting. I mean, anybody that loves problem solving. That's one thing about math and science. Math and science conditions you. If you have if you take a liking, or early liking in the childhood, in your elementary days, junior high school, whatever, to math and science, most likely it's going to condition you to be a person who deals very well with problem solving. And trying to figure out things. You become inquisitive. You're very curious, and you want to see how things tick. You want to pull things apart to see what makes it go, so you'll be able to fix something or create something yourself and stuff like that. And Kemet, once you get to know it more and stuff, you just find that it's just very fascinating, and how that the people solve problems and stuff. And that's another thing we definitely have to kind of understand, that when we talk about Kemet, we're talking about a civilization that lasted at the very least 3,000 years. And that's a very long time. We mention these things very, very loosely and in passing, like we just quickly say that, but don't know really what that implies. 3,000 years. And I think I said it last night, but if you think about it, if you take Ramses II, what dynasty is Ramses II the king of? Does anybody know?
We won what, 19? 18, 19?
He up in the 20th.
I know Satep should definitely know. But yeah.
He around 20, right?
Yeah, well Antoine's right. It's in 19th. Okay. Yeah, 19th dynasty. So we have a king, and he's a famous, very, very famous king, Ramses II. I mean, Ramses the Great, as he's also called. And so he's a king of the 19th dynasty. So just by the sequential order of dynasties, he's in the 19th. So you got 18 before him. All right. Now, the 19th dynasty is around what time frame is given to them around 19th dynasty? It's about 1200 BC, 1200 BCE. Okay. So now, if you look at Ramses and everything he did and how everybody knows about Ramses and so on and so forth, in Ramses' day, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the 3 Great Pyramids that everybody talk about, in his day, those pyramids were very, very old. Thousands of years old, 1,000 years old, because if Ramses existed in 19th dynasty, what's the date? Now, I know that there's a whole bunch of claims about the dating of the pyramids, but for argument's sake and for me to make my point, let's just go with the standard generalized dates given to the Great Pyramids. What dynasty or what date is given? Either or. Does anybody know? You can give either or. The dynasty that the Great Pyramids were built in, or a rough date.
It's like the 3rd dynasty.
5th dynasty.
Okay, so we know that it's very, very old. We know that there was several dynasties between the building of the pyramids and Ramses, right? So all you have to do is just, because it's attributed to Khufu and so on and so forth, right? And Khufu lived 1,000 years prior to Ramses. 4th dynasty is roughly given to Khufu. So you're dealing with fourth dynasty versus the 19th dynasty. So there's 15 dynasties in between, and over 1,000 years in between those 2 kings. So you have to think about it. When Ramses was living, walking around, doing his thing, those pyramids that everybody could still see in Egypt, They have been there for a little over 1,000 years. I'm just going by very conservative dates now. So, I mean, really think about that. What in the United States that we could say is equivalent in terms of that time distance and stuff like that? What has been standing in the United States that we've built or whatever that has been there for 1,000+ years? Nothing.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I don't think we've been here 1,000 years.
No, it's not even been 1,000 years.
Exactly. That's my point. So, I mean, so on top of that point, I'm making the greater point is that when we talk about Kemet, we have to remember we're talking about a very old civilization and then a long lasting civilization, to where the kings themselves who were living and breathing at the time that we talk about Ramses all the time. We have to remember that in Ramses' day, there were things within Egypt that are thousands of years removed from that particular time frame that we may discuss. So we're talking about the 19th dynasty. You got things that were still around, still looking beautiful. The pyramids were glistening white with limestone, reflecting the sunlight, doing all this and that for over 1,000 years. The pyramids that you see now, how we see them now, that's not how they look, even when Egypt was thriving during the time of these kings. So just remember, in Ramses' day, the pyramids looked immaculate. But yet, how old were they in his day? They were over 1,000 years old. But yet they still stood and they were looking great. You see? So we have to realize that these are great, great, great accomplishments. And so it's to our benefit to tap into the genius of that mind and mentality that grew that civilization and maintained it. Not only was the civilization created and grown, but it was maintained. And really, the only way we could do that is to learn the language. And y'all going to hear me say that all day, every day. Learn the language. Learn the language. That's the only way. Language is the DNA of culture, period. Don't tell me that the language has not been, the writing system has not been deciphered, but yet get on stage and teach about Egypt. Because now when you do that, we can safely call you a scam, con artist, or whatever the case is. Why? Because if the language has not been, the writing system has not been deciphered, and the culture is transmitted through language, then I can ask the question, if you're attempting to teach Egyptian culture, then what are you really teaching us? Because you are cut off from the culture by your own admission, saying that the writing system has not been deciphered. Then where are you getting your information from? And so it's just a big cycle, a big game. So we have to be mindful of that and put an end to that. And that's what I'm saying. Egypt is one of the I won't say most, but it's on the top of the list of most disrespected cultures, ancient Egypt, that is. For example, if you compare the Ifa traditions of Yoruba, Nigeria, and Yoruba speaking people, and you compare that to Egypt, ancient Egypt, or people who attempt to practice ancient Egyptian traditions and culture and stuff like that, the Egyptian side, or those who practice that, is disrespected way more than anyone who will be a practitioner of Ifa and Yoruba traditions. So why is that? There's something about that allows for that to happen, or why it's lopsided like that. I mean, outside the fact that Yoruba is a living tradition, and Egypt, we say ancient Egypt, and we have this disconnect because we put it out there as at a very far distance in terms of time. We don't see the continuity of ancient Egypt as it still lives and thrives today. Even within language, people say that the ancient Egyptian language is dead, but yet people are still speaking Coptic. So on one hand, they say Coptic is the last stage of the ancient Egyptian language, but then on the other hand, people say it's dead. So which is it? Is it dead, or is Coptic the last stage of the ancient Egyptian language? Can't have both. Or do you mean by dead, you don't mean extinct? Because there's a difference. Because it being dead means that it's not a major first language mother tongue of a population of people, versus extinct, meaning that it no longer exists as a spoken language, period. So if that's what you mean, then okay. But let's be clear on that, though. That yes, it's a dead language. It's not spoken as an official language anywhere, and may not be a primary language for a population of people, but it is spoken and it still survives today as a liturgical language in the Coptic Christian church. So it's still spoken, it's still known and knowable and speakable. So if it's the last days of ancient Egyptian, then it still survives. So y'all, I mean, I hope I hope the people who listen and understand what I'm saying when I say that. Can't have it both ways. And people who try to say that language hasn't been deciphered, once they get wind of what I just said and they understand that, well, that kind of ends their argument. Now all of a sudden it's a switch over to, okay, well, nope, Coptic is Greek. Like, no, the writing system may have made use of Greek characters, but the actual spoken language is ancient Egyptian. So don't let them run that on you. So was there any other comments, questions? I know we're coming up on the 3-hour mark.
To you, we have a question from Joseph. Let me scroll up to it. Joseph Coleman wants to know what does the mummified animal symbolize? And I think that's coming from that thing on the other platform the brother brought up about Anpu and the mummified dogs, I guess.
Yeah, let's do a future hangout on that. So let's table that and do a future hangout on that, because I say that because we, that will open up a real long conversation. I already know, because I already heard that claim about the mummified dogs and the question about Anpu or Anubis and things like that from some other videos that I saw, some video clips that I saw. So we can deal with that, but that would take a nice size discussion for that. Because I don't, like I said, and I don't want to make it seem like we're dodging questions or anything either, because we kind of just want to touch on a few things. But anything that's going to take a long discussion, then I'm fully making everybody aware of that, and that we'll have a future discussion about it, because we can have future hangouts where we dedicate the hangout specifically to these topics, and then we can actually make them more thorough. We can have like an 1.5, 2-hour discussion on these specific topics that will hopefully edify everybody. And like right now I have nothing pulled up, nothing ready to pull up, anything. And how we like to do things, we like to do things very, very polished, professional, and very informative. So I would like to show slides, show examples, show primaries, and demonstrate, because demonstration beats conversation every single time. The more you can demonstrate, the better it is. So and I know I said questions and answers, and any question and answers, but some of these questions will allow us to actually get ideas for future hangouts as well. So some of these questions we can't go into depth about per se, but we may be able to kind of point you in a direction or
right.
talk about it in just.
That question, like you said, that question covers a lot. We got Pianki, who was buried with his horse. We got Sobek with the alligators. I mean, it covers so much. Like you said, we're trying to take 5,000 years and put it in a 5-minute conversation. So it would be nice to have something presentable to cover that topic as far as it relates to the mummification of animals.
Yeah, because see, me, I like to go over a issue in a more thorough way, because at the end of the day, I also would like to point people in a direction where they can find out more information as well. So, and then, like I said, demonstration. So you want to be able to show something and demonstrate some things. So about the mummification, what was the other question that we were talking about? In more in depth about Satuk and what I made mention of about Satuk. We can go into depth about that. Even the real versus the unreal aspect of the Neteru. And another thing that's been going around is the Egyptian calendar issue that constantly comes up. You know, we can have a hangout about that to kind of really get into that. You know, because some things keep coming up so much that you gotta be like, okay, well, you know, we're gonna have to deal with that. Because you all have to remember, and I'm saying this for those who are listening, you have to remember that certain topics just keep resurfacing. And just think about it. Look at the bigger picture. If a topic comes up and it's addressed, and then time goes by, a month goes by, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months go by, and then the topic comes back up again, then you have to stop what you're doing and address it again. And then the cycle is repeated. Eventually, you have to say enough is enough, because what happens is the more people that do that, then it becomes a diversion or a distraction from progress. And so it's always good to kind of get the worthwhile topics, take them, do an in-depth or more thorough treatment of it, and document it somewhere, then move on. That way, when it comes back up in the future, you just point people to the documentation. And so that's our philosophy with the Seshew Ma'ani Meta Neter. That's how we deal with things. For example, the argument that the ancient Egyptian writing system has not been deciphered. That argument, you know, it bubbles up every now and then. But guess what we did? We wrote a book and published a book to address that question. Therefore, it's documented. So now, whenever it comes up, we don't have to keep repeating ourselves. We just point people to the book. Get the book. And then after you read the book, come talk to me and ask me questions for clarification or whatever the case is. But don't keep just asking the question or making the claim that the hieroglyphs have never been deciphered and never will, when we wrote a book refuting that. So that's our method. That's the way we do things as a group, the Seshew. So I just want to make that clear for everybody listening, you know, now live, and those people who listen to the archives, is that, you know, we're looking at the bigger picture of things. We want to keep moving forward. We want to keep expanding the knowledge, the body of knowledge, and we want to keep progress in a forward direction. All right. So we don't mind addressing the worthwhile questions. It's just that we want to do it in a certain way, so that if it comes up again, we could point to the documentation where we don't have to stop what we're doing and then keep addressing these questions. Because you have some people have the agenda. There's people out there, believe it or not, there's people out there that will do that purposely just to keep you busy, so you won't make progress. And they'll keep bringing up the same things. Like, for example, you know, the dialogue that I'm hearing, it sounds like there's going to be a Kemet on trial part 2 or something with the same argument, same thing. Kemet being homosexual. The deities are, you know, Egyptians believed in Anubis, the dog-headed deity, literally, and stuff like that. Like, come on, no, you know. Like, you know, got to say, oh, that again.
Yeah, and just to add on, I wanted to highlight. Well, I wanted to say that that highlights that the debates are not something, a learning tool that you're really going to learn from. People just use that as a strategy when they debate and ask a question. It really takes a lot of explaining and a lot of teaching. So a debate is not the place to learn these subject matters in. It's just a way to win a quick argument. And then when you then demonstrate it to them and show them, they don't want to hear it. They're not going to hear it anyway. So it's just running in circles.
Exactly. And I hope people understand that, and it's okay. And we got to get away from misnomer. We got to call things what they are. I don't want to miss any of the comments. I'm looking. Some people are making some good comments. The Sahu of the animal were no more than appreciation of great aspect of those animals. Yeah. See, like I said, boy, that's a long discussion. But I'll just give you a gist of things. I'm just gonna say this about animals. Period. All right. We have to remember that human beings, Homo sapiens, us, all living human beings on the planet, 7 billion. Give or take, human beings on the planet, we are animals. All right. We are classified as animals. We fall under the domain called Animalia. And we are animals. And what is a rule of inclusion for that classification of us is the fact that we can move on our own. Because the word animal comes from the word animate, which means the ability to move. All right. Unlike plants, in the plant domain, we're not plants. We're not called plants. The reason why is because plants cannot move on their own. They need something else to move them. They need wind or a person, picking them up off the ground and moving them. But animals are those living organisms that can move and be mobile on their own. So we are animals. So originally the word animal did not mean or just mean the creatures that we see out there in the wild. It was inclusive of every single thing that can move on their own, us included. All right. With that understanding, we have to understand that within us, within our being, we have animal components. All right. And for example, let's just take the brain, the single organ that we think is a single organ, the brain. The brain is made up of different parts, and these different parts are labeled different things. So you have the R complex part of the brain stem. Its nickname, aka or nickname, would be the reptilian brain. Why? Because the function that it serves in us serves as the major function in reptiles. Its size and everything is accounted for in the nicknaming of that being the reptilian part of the brain. Then you have the mammalian type part of the brain. Okay, reptiles and mammals, these are animals. Those are the two animal brains. Then you have the cerebral cortex and the frontal lobe, and so on. So you have the two animal brains, the human brain, and then the divine brain. And I'm just giving the nicknames for these, but you can find out the scientific terms for these different parts of the brains. But they're responsible for different behavior and functions within our body and within our behavior, which ties into our psychology. That is corresponds to that domain or that family of animals, why you call it reptiles, mammalians, and so on and so forth. So for example, the mammalian brain is responsible for our likes, dislikes, our sensual, our ability to sense and sensual things, what we're attracted to, what we repel from, and so on and so forth. So the reason why I bring that up is because when you talk about Kemet and you're talking about all these different animals and the worship of animals, first, the idea of worship is totally wrong in the eyes of Abrahamic believers, people who follow the Abrahamic belief system. They have their idea of worship, but the Africans had a different idea of what worship is. So in gist, because of these different animal parts that's within us, we have to understand that spirituality, or what's being called African spirituality, is really an effort at cultivating. Cultivation is the more proper word to use. We're cultivating these different aspects within ourselves, and we're trying to cultivate and control or refine these types of things. That's why I said earlier, the three major groupings of the human life, I don't say expectancy, but life attributes, is when you're born completely raw, wild. And everybody who has a child knows this. When you raise your children, why is it that the most used word from a parent to a child happens to be the word don't? Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't run, or stop doing this. Stop doing that. We have to instruct them. We have to refine them. We have to guide them and everything like that. Why? Because children are wild. All of us are born wild. Don't know anything from anything. We have to be instructed, cultivated. Domesticated is another word. You domesticate animals. So you're born wild, and then you're domesticated and you become a functioning human being. As a domesticated animal, that's what a human being is, a domesticated animal, because we're animals, as I said. And then later on, you become divine. So it's three major stages of human development: a wild animal, a domesticated human, and then you rise above that and you become divine. And then even after that, you're ancestralized in most African communities. for remembrance of whatever it is that you've done in your physical sojourn here on earth. So we have to remember that. So when we talk about animals and things like that, remember, we're coming from traditions that use heavy use of figurative expressions. And we had mnemonic devices that were used to recall these different lessons and different information and bodies of knowledge. So different things were done for different reasons. So for people to look at these animals and think that these people that were highly scientifically literate as a whole, not everybody, of course, but as a whole, to accomplish what they have accomplished, to sit there and say that these people actually worship animals in the way that they define worship is totally crazy. There's no way that anybody should fall for that. No way at all. So that's all I'm going to say about that for right now. But I'm saying we can go into depth about all of that stuff. And that's what I'm saying. See, yeah, I mean, I'm just leave it at that. Because, you know, like I said, we can have a whole hangout on that. Yeah, and I kind of want to reserve it for the people who are arguing about it first. Let the arguments go on both sides, you know, make their points and things like that. Because, you know, to prematurely talk about it, then what it does, it causes it to keep on going, you know, because the way we got to deal with things, we got to hit it and quit it. We got to, you know, address an issue once and for all, document it, and then keep it moving. Slow down, read the literature, keep it moving. Those are 3 steps. That's it. We got to be able to do that. Document this stuff. That way, when it comes back up, we point to the documentation. That's why when people bring up the Afro-Asiatic language family, stuff like that, all that stuff, be like, just get Mboli's work. There you go. Let's keep it moving. Talk about decipherment. Get the Seshew, get the book. Has the Egyptian hieroglyph writing system been deciphered by the Seshew Mani Meta Neter? Get that book. Let's keep it moving. So we want to be able to do that with all these topics. Hey, you think it's 9 days in a week for a calendar, or that the calendar had, you know, the days of the months were 40, whatever. Hey, look at this article here, or look at this thing here. So look at the documentation. Let's keep it moving. So we can't allow these things to really hold us back, because there are other people who have taken this stuff very, very seriously. You got to remember, Europeans started a scientific discipline that they call Egyptology. They etched out an entire scientific discipline for the sole purpose of studying Egypt, called Egyptology. And it is old. It's like, what, 200 years old now? 100, I know, over 150 years old for that scientific discipline. Do you understand that they take it serious and they studied it as a science, and they've extracted the wisdom out of ancient Egypt and use it to this very day? Whether it's medicine, whether it's archaeology, whether it's mathematics, whether it's all the things that we talk about coming out of ancient Egypt. Even though we may not like the fact that they're digging up graves, but we have to be honest. If it wasn't for them digging up some of those graves, we wouldn't even know some of the things we know now. Think about that. We wouldn't know about any Book of Gates, or the book of what is in the Amduat, or what is in the Duat, I should say, Amduat. We wouldn't know about the book of the Heavenly Cow and all this other stuff had they not go inside those tombs and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so the only thing I had to add was just to get a better understanding of the origin and basically the classification system. You got to go back and have a clear understanding of like the use of totems, and how different locations may have had access to a different mammal, and gain a different understanding, and use that as far as with their totem, as far as with trade. And so kind of go back to the origin and understanding those different aspects.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, animals were used for various different reasons. So that's why I said it's a very lengthy conversation to talk about animals in general, and then the mummification of the different animals. So, you know, it's a topic, you know, it's not something that we could just quickly fly through, you know. We could probably take it in parts though, because there's a lot to be said. There's a lot of literature already written about it as well. So, you know, we can bring the literature out and see what the scholars have said about it thus far, and so on and so forth. You know, I see a question. Ponies footwear. Not true. I disagree. Well, I'm not. Maybe I need to scroll up. Let's see what that's about. Those principles were colonized and used all throughout Europe and Asia. Let me go back. Maybe I missed something. Or maybe somebody can plug me into what was going on. Science, by all means, have surely been colonized. Wait a minute. The Emerald Tablets breaks all this down to a minimum observation of how we can respect nature and our dominion to preserve the wonders of the universe. Science, by all means, have surely been colonized. I really don't understand what that means, because science is two things. Science is the tools and methods that we use to know when something is known. This is why the word science itself comes from the word that means to know. And also, science is the accumulation or body of knowledge that is produced by way of those tools and methods. So when you say science have been colonized, that doesn't make sense. If you can identify, if anyone, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm talking about the person making the comment, but if anyone can identify science that has been colonized, I would like to know what does science that's colonized look like, or what is that? And if you can identify that, then just don't use it. If there's a problem with colonized science, I mean, I don't know what colonized science would be. The subject of emerald tablets, that's definitely pseudo. Don't bring emerald tablets around us. Matter of fact, we could probably do something on the emerald tablets. All right.
I see a better question at the from Global African Tribalism. He wants to know. Let me scroll up. He was basically wanting to know the similarity. Does Kemet have the same principle as Pan-Africanism?
Oh, here's a question: are Kemetic civilization and Pan-Africanism compatible? Well, just look at how Pan-Africanism is described and what it strives to do and its goals and achieve and mission and statements and things like that. And then if you examine Kemet itself, you'll see that they are compatible, because you got to remember, Kemet itself is a confederacy. It is a polity or a kingdom that became, that started as multiple communities that came together and band together to form a confederacy. That was actually a unification of two major areas, upper and lower, and they form one kingdom. And so Pan-Africanism, if you look at how it's described, maybe somebody could pull it up and get a more formal reading of how Pan-Africanism is described, and you'll see that Pan-Africanism would fit in with how Kemet did what it did. Now, obviously, it wasn't continent wide in terms of Kemet, because it was basically limited to the Nile Valley itself, the Nile. But Pan-Africanism, the idea of Pan-Africanism is continental, the entire continent of Africa. So that would be one of the differences. But in terms of what they stand for, you'll find some compatibility there. So hopefully, if that's the question that's being asked.
What about the fact that it was made up of different cultures, as opposed to Pan-African being strictly African?
Well, no, Kemet was African. So, I mean, I know you mean different traditions or practices, different communities. But see, this is the thing. In order to really unify, there has to be a ground that is synchronized all the way across, that covers all of the edges of the perimeters. So in Kemet, although it was different communities that made up Kemet, they were definitely, those different communities were standing on the sameness. So there's a very thick sameness that everybody stood on, that provided the glue that allowed them to be unified and stay unified for approximately 3,000 years. So we say that there's different communities that came up, but when the sand settled, the dust settled, and the sand stopped shifting, they found themselves standing on the same principles, and it was basically a consensus, and it had to have been a consensus for it to last for 3,000 years. And this is why they allow. This is another reason why they use Neteru, or what we call the deities, the different Neteru, are. This is why I've said that the Neteru served in part as organizing or categorical labels for organizing. And this is what I talk about when I speak about taxonomy and ontology and cosmogony. You know, all of these different things tie in together, because think about it. Ontology, if you look it up, well, I don't want to go off on a tangent, because man, I was great. Go off on a tangent. All right, so let me pull that back and, and save that for another hangout. But yeah, so you know, part of the way that it was unified, Kemet could be studied because we understand that Kemet was a unity. It was a confederacy that became a unified body of people under the kingdom that we call Kemet. It wasn't always called Kemet. Matter of fact, it wasn't called Kemet until the 11th dynasty. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but Kemet as the kingdom itself wasn't called Kemet until the 11th dynasty. But it became it was unified prior to that, but I'm just saying it wasn't given the designation of Kemet per se until the 11th dynasty. But that unity that was achieved, we could study that. That could be a case study for us in order to learn from, so we know how to do it today. And for the life of me, I don't understand how and why people don't see it that way and pursue that. Because we talk about unity all the time. And that's one of the things about Pan-Africanism. It seeks to unify the interests of Africans in the diaspora and Africans on the continent. So what better model and plan to use than that civilization which achieved it? Not only achieved it, but maintained it for 3,000 years. For the life of me, I don't understand it.
Right. I mean, if we were going to follow any blueprint, that would be the best one. But for me, that's why it goes back to learning the language being so critical. I mean, to truly understand the little nuances of the culture, I think you really have to study the language. So we had a couple questions about our curriculum. Maybe if you get a chance, you could share the pyramid, and we could explain that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, somebody else can take the mic. Take the mic for me. I'm doing a lot of talking, so I'll show it. I'll share that, and I'll see if I can dig up something else that we mentioned earlier.
All right. Yeah. While you're sharing, while you're trying to find that, just to back up on what St. June is saying, yes, learn the language. And obviously, I think the issue is that it's something that takes time. And obviously, you're going to show that also with the pyramid. It is, it's not an overnight thing. You have to kind of like take time. It takes years. It's just like any other study. Like at college or university level. So people just have to be patient and just love the idea of taking time and read. Some people actually get offended when they're told to read. But yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of reading.
All right, hopefully that's true. Yep. And do for that. Hopefully you can see my screen. And let me know if y'all can see that, just to make sure.
I can see it.
Okay. This is June, what you mentioned. And for those who may not be able to see it on the screen clearly, it may be a little blurred. Just make sure you click on the cogwheel on the video, and then make sure you put your settings to 720p HD, or even 480 if you prefer that. But 720 or 480 should clear it up. But anyway, just to kind of quickly explain this, is that this is our pyramidal curriculum. And the way it's designed is to follow a progressive step-by-step process to reach a goal. All right. So at the bottom of the pyramid itself, I don't know if you can see my cursor. I guess not.
No,
Okay.
not yet.
No, you won't be able to see my cursor. So if you notice at the bottom, the pyramids is divided into 3 sections. All right. Each section corresponds to a level. So you have level 1, level 2, and level 3 on the right, but they correspond to the pyramid itself in the 3 sections. The sections are divided by using the 3 seasons in ancient Kemet. The 3 seasons were Akhet, Peret, and Shemu. Akhet being the season of inundation, where the flood took place, and then Peret was the season of emergence, where during that time is where the seeds could be planted, and then the seeds grow and come forth. So you have the word Peret, to emerge, to come forth. Same word that's used in the Peret Imheru. We say the going forth or coming forth by day, what people call the Book of the Dead. And then you have Shemu, which is the harvest season. So you're basically reaping what you sowed in during the Peret season. And then Akhet sets the stage for all of it to take place. So first you have to have a flood, which makes the land fertile. Then after fertility is accomplished, then you plant your seeds, you watch it grow, you de-weed it, make sure no weeds are taken over, so on and so forth. And then you harvest and you reap what you sow. All right. Then you store the excess and so on and so forth. So that is used as an overlay, an analogy to the process of learning. So first you have to create a fertile environment. And so level 1 has 3 stages. So you see it right there in the middle is 3 stages there. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. So stage 1 sets the fertility aspect of our overall goal. So stage 1 of level 1 is laying a foundation in Rani Kemet and Sesh Meruneter. Rani Kemet is the indigenous name of the spoken language of ancient Egypt. Ra Ni Kemet. All right, remember that. Ra, it breaks down as 3 words. It breaks down as the mouth of Kemet. Ra being the mouth, Ni being the word of, and then Kemet meaning the polity or the place, the nation, kingdom. So it's the mouth of Kemet literally, but we know the mouth, what comes out of the mouth is what is spoken. So Rani Kemet is the name of the language. Sesh Meruneter is the writing system. So stage 1 is laying a very solid foundation in the language and the writing system. All right, that's stage 1, and that's what we've been dealing with as the Seshew. Me personally, that's what I've been teaching for 2 years online, and for about 5 years, or going on 6 years now overall. Now, stage 2 of level 1 is Rani Kemet grammar and penmanship. So at this stage, you need to learn the grammar of the language, which deals with morphology and syntax. And then you're going to learn penmanship, ways to write the language. And the 2 forms of the language is the formal form, what they call hieroglyphs, and then the simplified form of hieroglyphs, which most people will call hieratic. All right, that's stage 2. Stage 3 of level 1 is to gain a foundation in historical comparative linguistics. That's all 3 of those stages will make you fertile for what is to come in level 2 and level 3. You're going to need those. All right. So level 2 has 3 stages. Stage 1 is you will participate in the recovery of the historical pronunciation. So this speaks to the pronunciation question that everybody likes to talk about. And this is why in level 1, stage 3 of level 1, why you learn historical comparative linguistics, because you're going to use that knowledge to deal with stage 1 of level 2. You're going to help out or be a part of recovering of the historical pronunciation if it is possible. You'll be able to know if it's possible or if it's not, and what to do if it is and if it's not. All right. Stage 2 is the development of speech communities. That's at level 2, stage 2. Development of speech communities, because once you can recover the historical pronunciations and we have an understanding of the grammar and penmanship and everything, now we can begin to speak it and grow speech communities of people actually talking and speaking it. All right. That's stage 2. Stage 3 is the recovery of the realities behind figurative speech. By the time you reach level 2, stage 3, or stage 3 of level 2, I should say, this is where the environment must be in a very controlled way. All of this is in a controlled environment, but by the time you get to stage 3, it is pretty much imperative that it's in a very controlled environment. And you've actually followed all of these different stages. Why? Because this is what I spoke about earlier. This is the domain where you'll be very vulnerable for mistakes and errors. And people have taken advantage of that to this very day, where they just make up something and create a doctrine after it, and then convince people of that doctrine. And then they have a bunch of followers, a bunch of supporters, followers, and so on and so forth, based on pseudo-ism and misinformation. All right. So it has to be done in a very controlled way, a very scientific way. And that's what stage 3 involves. All right. Level 3, stage 1, 2, and 3 is really all about reaping and applying. So stage 1 is application. Stage 2 is utilization. Stage 3 is execution. So all of those are very similar. Applying something, utilizing something, and executing something kind of overlays all with each other. So in summary, level 3 is all about doing and applying and living all the information that you have. What is applicable, what's not. That's why it starts off with application. All right. So I just want to kind of go over that. So that's the gist of that. We went over this before. We have a whole hangout explaining this, and I just kind of want to kind of quickly go through that. So that's our pyramidal curriculum that we have designed as the Seshew Ma'ani Medu Neter. So this is what we will continue to do. Now, we are in the baby stages of this entire scheme that you see here. All right. But this is what we have in place. All right. And we are developing it, I should say, more and more. So if you're interested in this, hey, get in touch or whatever the case is. We are here every Friday. We like I said, we had a hangout about this. And if you're interested in that, you see where you got to get in at. You got to get in on stage 1, level 1. You have to learn the language and the writing system. That's a must. That's a must, period. So, all right, I wanted to
I'm just gonna ask for anybody else out there, because somebody might be thinking this. Just as an example of level 1, where you have stage 1, 2, and 3, where you have the foundation and the Rani Kemet and Seshew Neter, and then the penmanship and grammar, and then the foundations in the historical comparative linguistics. So if I was just starting from stage 1, and how long would it take to get to stage 3? Would it be like 3 months, 4 months?
Oh no, as far as time wise, we can't microwave this. All right. So that's, people definitely have to get that out of their head. This is not microwave stuff, Now, people do learn at different paces, and people have different capacities and of learning. Some people can learn very fast. Some people have to learn through several repetitive means. So, but the average for stage 1, the foundation, the stage 1 of level 1 will take 3 months. All right. So I'll let you know that stage 1 of level 1 will take 3 months, 12 weeks. And really stage 1, level 1, time wise, it only takes 24 hours. But I don't say it that way, because usually when you say something takes 24 hours, they're expecting it to be something that takes place 24 hours, but you're not doing it constantly every minute of those 24 hours. So in totality, what I mean by that is that to learn the beginner's level of the language and everything, which is what stage 1 is about, it's a total of 12 hours, but we space it out 2 hours once a week. So 12 hours, 12 times 2 is 24. So we have 24 hours that way. You can't cram it all up into a 24-hour period, 24 consecutive hours back to back. That's just not going to work. It's not healthy. That's not efficient or effective. All right. So anyway, that's 3 months. Stage 2, the grammar is going to take a little longer, because grammar is a little bit more, it's more demanding, and it's a lot more to cover. So it's going to take longer than 3 months to learn that. And then stage 3, a foundation in historical comparative linguistics, that as well can take about 3 months, give or take. Well, I say a little bit more, a little bit more months for that as well. Now I know in stage 2, I didn't give a time frame because I'm not quite sure about how long that's going to take. That's something that I'm in the process of designing a study course for that, and the textbook that goes along with the grammar. And so I'm not sure how long of a study that would be, or how long that would take to complete a course like that. Now I know in college level, when you take ancient Egyptian grammar in college level, you're dealing with the college semesters and year and so on. So they slate it as a whole year. So you're looking at so if I use that as a measuring rod, then I would say 12 months for stage 2. But overall, like I guess what you were getting at is that to climb this entire pyramid is going to take some time. We don't need to rush it. We want quality over quantity. We want to be the turtle and not the rabbit. All right. So we want to be able to, the whole point is to get it, not how fast we get it. It's to get it, be solid with it. So hopefully that kind of touched on the answer. Stage 2, I don't have an answer for it yet, a definitive answer. Stage 1, I do, is 3 months. Stage 3, I would say 3 to 4 months. But stage 2 of level 1, I don't know yet.
Yeah, that's good. Dua.
Right. So yeah, that's that. What was there anything else? I mean, we might as well just long as people are hanging out with us, we keep it going.
Global wants to know what the application part meant.
Oh, in the pyramid, the application, I thought I explained it, but the application is to apply that which is applicable in the prior stages, in the prior levels, in the prior stages. So let me put it back on the screen. All right. The application, if you see where it falls, it's the stage 1 of level 3. And so all of the prior stages and the levels, what stage 1 of level 3 is saying is that you are going to start applying all of that which precedes it that is applicable, because not everything is applicable in every situation and stuff. And we definitely don't intend to live in the ancient past. No one should be delusional to think that 2017 is equivalent to 4000 BCE and so on and so forth. So the stage 1 is to filter and sift out that which is applicable and actually apply it in your life. So for example, if we recover the realities behind the figurative speech, then let's apply it. It's actually living because remember, like I said, stage 3 corresponds to Shemu. Shemu is the harvest. Shemu is where you reap what you sow. You take advantage, you enjoy what you sowed or what you planted. So stage 3, level 3, all 3 stages of level 3 is where you're going to actually benefit from the previous levels and stages. And you're going to apply whatever's from the previous levels and stages and so on. All right. So that's what that means. Utilize the information. You find out what's applicable, utilize it, and you execute it. So those 3 kind of overlap with each other, those 3 stages. All right. So hopefully that's a satisfactory answer for the brother. And that's just what it is, because you think about it, the reality is this is what initiation is about. When you're initiated into initiation systems, you are you're taught lessons, but at the same time, simultaneously, you apply these lessons in your life. You actually live the lessons themselves. First, and even academic schooling system, educational system, the same way. First, you learn theory. Like, for example, learning how to play the piano. First, you sit in the classroom and you learn the circle of fifths, the chord progressions. You learn the different notes. You learn the different scales. You learn what key is what and everything. And you learn that in written book form and instruction. Then you apply. You actually put it to practice. You practice your fingering so you don't have goofy fingers. You practice your left hand, your right hand. And and you actually play the chords, you play songs, then you learn how to play songs and everything like that. So it's the same thing. So at some point you get to a point where you have to apply everything. So that's basically what level 3 would be, living it. And obviously level 3 would be the resurrection or whatever, revitalization of a culture, because by the time you get to level 3 and enough people are doing it, then you're going to see the emergence of a culture. Now, would it be an exact snapshot of an ancient culture if you were to take a snapshot? No, because we live in 2017. All right, so hopefully that answered it. But yeah, I see got some comments. So what's going on in the
somebody did bring up a good point, what would be, the perfect age to learn this? Is there any limitation, in regards to age when learning this?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Somebody did ask about, what would be the perfect time to learn this? Is it if you're 36, is it too late, and all of that, or is there any limitation at all?
No. It's not. I mean, it's never too late. It's better to be late at the pearly gates than to arrive at hell on time. I guess that's how the saying goes. Now don't think you're too old. Just like not too old to go to college. So no. Jump in, get in. Jump in where you fit in, get in. If this is something that's interests you, because now this is not hard stuff. It's not hard. It's not difficult, but it definitely takes discipline. It takes some discipline and it takes some dedication. You got to put time into it. And you have to be open-minded, and you cannot be a person that gets frustrated very easily. And a quitter. You can't give up. So it doesn't matter. As long as you have those kind of attributes about yourself, then you're all right. Because it can, it can get what do you call it? Cumbersome. Trying to look for more questions. I see the Emerald Tablets being mentioned quite a bit. Were there any other questions? What I'm trying to read. I'm trying to follow along. Maybe somebody could sum it up for me. What's being discussed?
I'm not sure what was being discussed on that one.
Oh, he said the tricky part is applications, global African. Yeah, it is. It will be tricky, but by time, see, if you follow this curriculum that we have, and it's something that's developed, like I said, some people may see this differently and want to do things differently, but I can say that if you follow this curriculum, then by the time you get to level 3, it won't be tricky. It won't be tricky for those who follow it, because this is systematic. Just like, it's like me saying that, hey, it's tricky to be a third grader, and it's not. And the reason why it's not tricky to be a third grader is because you've been through grade 1 and grade 2 first. Now, if you just jumping in fresh out the blue in the third grade, then yeah, it could be tricky for you. It will be tricky for you. But this is called cultivation. That's another reason why I use the seasons, because it's about cultivating. And remember what I said earlier, spiritual cultivation, cultivating the human being and the experience. You start off as a wild animal, you're domesticated into a human being, and then you become a divine. You move further into become a divine being, and then you may be ancestralized even after that. So it's about cultivating. Cultivating gives what's some other words used for nurturing? You are taking care of something. You're cultivating it. You're developing something. And that's what this is. The pyramidal curriculum is a development of something. And that's what initiation systems are. They walk you through stages and steps of development. Look at Freemasonry. You start off on the ground floor of King Solomon's temple. You Start off as an entered apprentice, then you get passed as a fellow craft, and then you get raised as a master mason. So there's steps and stages to this thing. All initiation systems have steps and stages. All right, so, you know, hopefully that was clear. Anything else I'm missing? English misnomer classification. The tablets are fake. Okay, so what is going on about the emerald tablets? Is that still being discussed? I'm speaking of the place from principles, as even I don't want to put their great works in the box.
No, I don't think we should get into the emerald tablets, but we should, like you said, we should do a future hangout on that.
All right. Well, listen, anybody bringing up the emerald tablets, I mean, you know, in 2017, you're still talking about the emerald tablets. Just do this. Just bring the primary sources, because you're dealing with people who can read and understand the writing system. All right, bring it. That's it. Just bring it. Just bring the primaries, and we'll have at it. That's it. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 3 up, 3 down. Just bring them. That's it. I mean, I won't hold my breath to bring them, but I'm saying just bring the tablets. You want to talk about there are no primaries. All right, so there you are. There are no primaries. There's no discussion.
So we can skip that hangout thing.
Right. If there's no primaries, there's no discussion.
That's why they were told to bring it.
Right. I mean, I know that. That's why I said what I said. You know, bring it, knowing that you won't be able to bring it. So, I mean, okay, now the brother Pony's Footwear said there's principles that predated Kemet. There's a lot of things that predate Kemet. The people that united Kemet or grew Kemet predate Kemet. They had to come from somewhere. Kemet did not just fall out the sky. Nobody flicked a switch and then boop, poof, we have Kemet. Kemet was grown. It went through a incubation and its trials and tribulations to become what it was, even at the very beginning of it. A lot of conflict was going on. Whether it was physical battle, intellectual battles, or whatever, you had to convince people. Listen, whenever you are uniting or convincing people to jump on board of a singularity or a unified front, and these people are coming from differences, you have to hash out those differences. And that's another thing that I like to reiterate as much time as I can. We have this idea of unity, and when people bring up unity, they talk about coming to a round table, but yet they always say, set aside your differences. And I always say that is the wrong thing to do. That's the opposite of what you should do. Never set aside your differences. You have to go through a period of dealing with your differences in order to successfully unify. Otherwise, if you set aside your differences and you unify, that is a fake unity. That is a false unity. That would be a temporary unity, superficial unity. You can't do it. And we know this because history tells us this. One of the biggest examples is Kemet itself. These people did not set aside their differences. They hashed them out, and they found synchronism. And like I said, they developed a system, and these systems were trickled down from the deities themselves. And so you have these kings lists where you have these deities where Jehuti ruled for 7,000 years, and this is where this whole Emerald Tablets stuff comes into play as well, where people say the Emerald Tablets is 10,000 years old, 25,000 years old, 50,000 years old, because Manetho and these kings lists and stuff like that will list these different deities as being being ancient rulers of Kemet, and they ruled for 7,000 years, as if a human being could live 7,000 years, number one. And then two, it's not about that at all. And this is what I speak about stage 3 or level 2, recovering the realities behind the figurative speech. Doesn't mean that a king ruled for 7,000 years. It's not that at all. So, we just got to remember, we got to be realistic about these things, these differences. So the what I was saying when I said that is that the deities are an organizing mechanism. They're devices, among other things that the deities represent. But one of the things they represent is a device, mnemonic devices, and organizing device to organize things. No different than a file folder, no different than the hard drive on your computer, where you put things in folders. You name your folders, and then you put files within the folder, and those files have names. And you try to name your file folder something that will let you know all of the different individual files in it, what they have in common. So you may name a file folder pictures. Therefore, everything in that file folder should be a picture. You name a different file folder audio. Therefore, everything in that file folder will be music or some kind of audio clips or whatever. It's just that simple. So you have, different gnomes. They have what do they have? They have deities, as the brother Antoine or someone mentioned earlier. They also have animal totems. So how about that? So like I said, yeah, we can have a hangout about it, but it's a lot to talk about that, about those things. But just remember, one of the aspects of the deities is they're used as an organizing mechanism. That's why you see them listed in terms of familial terms, in terms of who's the son of this, who's the son of that, who's the son of this. They are establishing relationships between different jurisdictions or spheres of influence that these different deities have, and what they're and some of this is revealed in their names, and some of them are revealed in their functions within the narratives called myths. So I see the discussion. So what's going on in the discussion? Because as I talk, I can't really pay attention. I'm looking at something different. But
I think we were just discussing about the classes, how to enroll and all of that.
Yeah, we're starting a new class group the beginning of August, first week of August. So if you are interested in learning the language, register. It's a study class, a study course that lasts 12 weeks, 3 months, 2 hours per week. And I do my best to accommodate the availability of those who register. So I group people into groups based on their availability. So if we can consistently meet on, let's just say, for example, Sunday, then I'll group everybody who's available on the Sunday within that group. And then everybody who's available on a different day, if we can work it out, then that's what we do. And this class that I'm starting, I think Chris Withers asked what level. This will be a beginner's level, so introductory level. So it'll be on the screen, what you see, level 1, stage 1. That's what the class is for. In the winter time, or maybe in the fall, but I'm gonna say by the winter time, I will be offering stage 2, which is the grammar course. Yeah, he said, what level is the August course? The August course, I know it's a delay, so I'm just going to repeat it again one more time. The August class that I'm starting is going to be a beginner's level. All right. Or beginner's class, I should say. Because even the grammar is level 1. So I don't want to call it level and everything. I don't call it like that, because even the grammar is still level 1 in terms of our scheme. So I still have the scheme on the screen. So just keep in mind of how we're labeling these things. So what I guess what I'm saying to properly call it, it will be stage 1. So the class is stage 1 of level 1. A Moose asked the question, after beginners class, then level 2, correct? Okay, so again, let me just say this. Just look at the screen, because I want to call it the way that we have it designed. So level 1 has 3 stages. So if I were to properly say it, the grammar would be stage 2 of level 1. So after the beginners, which is stage 1, then you go to stage 2. So let's just, I want to be consistent with how we are calling it. All right. So the grammar is after so in other words, the grammar would be the next stage after learning the beginners. So if you've already proficient at the beginners level and everything, and you've learned on your own, or you've learned through another teacher, and you're proficient, you feel you're confident and you're competent and everything like that, then by all means, you're welcome to take stage 2, a grammar course that I'm designing and developing, and I'll have it ready by the winter time, and hopefully maybe by the fall at some time. And because it's a textbook that I'm working on, that's going to go with it, and it's going to be the grammar, and it's going to be nice. It's going to be fun. I can tell you already, we talk about a little bit of grammar and stuff in our Facebook group already. You know, different points, and people ask questions, and we share information already. All right. Yeah. If you are a student of Dr. Rikedi Amin, you are definitely in good hands. All right. Dr. Rikedi Amin is is my teacher. I'll say is present tense, my teacher. She'll always be my teacher. But in terms of was my teacher, I took her classes years ago. And it was through her class and her formal training that really pushed me in the direction that I'm in now. All right. So definitely. So if you yourself as a student of Dr. Rikedi Amin, and you're learning whatever stage or level that you are at with that, then you are in good hands. And I always say this as well. If you want to see what we do here is like on the screen, we have a curriculum. I'm showing you the bigger picture. So let's say you learn from a different teacher, whether it's Dr. Rikedi Amin or Benochi Montgomery or whoever else that's offering classes, and you take a class with them. That's not a problem whatsoever. You can take a class with them and a class with me or the teachers that we have, because when I start teaching the grammar, then there's going to be other teachers of stage 1, which would be the beginners level. All right. And we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it going. All right. So it's going to be very interesting. The grammar course is going to be very interesting. You know, it's a lot. Hey, the grammar is intense. It's more intense, but I don't want to scare people away. You know, it's not hard, but it's intense. You're going to have to be disciplined. You got to have some staying power, some stamina, you know, to learn about grammar, because people don't even like English grammar or grammar period. But you're going to have to brush up on your English grammar as well, because in order for me to describe the grammar of any other language, it's always good to use the language of the mother tongue of the person to make comparisons. So for example, I'll just give you a quick example for now. When we get to the subject of adjectives, in English, adjectives behave a certain way. They have a certain syntactical function, and the morphology is not very interesting in English. But we know syntax, English adjectives come before the noun. All right. So if I say red book, the book is red. Well, I say red book, then I'm putting the adjective red in front of the noun book. So I'm describing the book as red, and I'm using the word red in front of the word book. So I say red book. But in Rodney Kimmett, in this grammar, adjectives behave differently. There's a few options you have. But in order for me to explain those options, it would be really good and effective for me to compare it to what you already know, which is through English. So I'll say, hey, in English, the adjectives, what we call attributive adjectives, they come before the noun. And so you already know that. So now I can describe Ronnie Kemet adjectives. The attributive adjectives, the Ronnie Kemet adjectives are in reverse. They come after the noun. So literally I would be saying book read. If I was to speak Ronnie Kemet, I would be saying book read. You know, same thing happens in Spanish, by the way. Spanish, if I want to describe a house and give it a color white, I would say casa blanca. The word blanca means blank or white or bleach. You know, it comes from the word white, meaning white. And casa is house. So I would say casa blanca, which would be house white, literally. But in English, we would have to flip it and say White House. So I would say in Ronnie Kemet, when it comes to trying to say red book, I would say Majat Desheret, red scroll or red book. Majat Desheret. That would be the adjective red. Desheret would be an attributive adjective. And the attributive adjectives take on the gender and number of the noun it modifies. And see how I said that? We don't have that in English at all. But I can use English as a basis to describe what you're now learning. You see? So even when you learn the grammar of another language, you always are going to have to brush up on the grammar of the language you are already familiar with. All right. So keep that in mind. That's what I mean by intense, because you're going to be learning two things, or you're going to be brushing up on your English, but you're going to be learning a new grammar at the same time. Because first of all, you have to know what an adjective is. You know, what a verb is, what an adverb is, what a preposition is, what a pronoun is, what a noun is, and all the different word classes or parts of speech, as they say. You know, so that's what I mean by intense. You know, we got to double up on some things and everything. And what's a big difference with Ronnie Kemet as opposed to English is that in Ronnie Kemet, there are sentences that have no verbs. We call them non-verbal sentences. English, you do not have that. That would be improper English, you get an F. You would fail. But in ancient Egyptian or Ronnie Kemet, there are actual sentences that have no verbs. All right, so that's a big difference and stuff. So anyway, so what I'll be doing is doing a descriptive grammar / comparative grammar. All right, so I just want everybody to understand that that's what I'll be doing, and the comparative aspect of it will be with English and even some other African languages. I'll do my best to kind of deal with that, but the main comparative will be English, because I'm writing for the demographic of English speakers. All right, so just want you all to know that. Oh, A Moose asks, example of a non-verb sentence. All right, I'll give you an example. A good example. Amen Imhet. The king, the name, Amen Imhet, is an example of a non-verbal sentence. That's a person's name, but it's a sentence. No verb. And let's break it down. Amen. Everybody's familiar with Amen, as a deity, Amen. But in terms of what the meaning is, it means imperceivable, or they say hidden. And then M is, or Imhat together is to say up front or in the front. The word M means in, hat means the fore or the front part of something. Same thing in the name Hat Shep Sut. Hat, the word hat is the word to be up front, the fore. All right. So Amen Imhat. Amen is up front. Now in English, notice I had to stick the word is. I had to stick the verb is in there. So in order to translate it into English for it makes sense, I had to add the word is, but is not in the language. Is not in there. So literally I'll be saying Amen in front, or Amen up front. Okay. But in English, we would say Amen is up front. We would have to stick that linking verb or that, the verb in there, that to be verb. All right. So just want you all to, so that's an example. Give another example. Let's give another example of a nonverbal sentence. What's another good one? Maybe somebody on the panel could think of a nonverbal sentence.
I put in the chat, I put Neferku. Like I'm good.
Yeah, yeah, never cool. Yeah. Well, yeah. But see, never cool though, you gotta be careful with that one. Never cool, because that's actually a stative. Never cool. You're in a state of being well. You know, so they call it a stative verb though. All right, so that's referred to as a stative verb. All right, so you know, if we're gonna stick to nonverbal sentences or whatever the case is, let's I'll give another example. Let's say for a nonverbal sentence, I use this in another hangout that we did. Nefer heret tin. So matter of fact, I don't know. Let me pull up my let me go and chat. I'll type it so people can see it. Nefer, because I can't show it on the screen, but Nefer heret tin.
This flower is beautiful.
Yes. Now notice the word is not in there at all. It literally, read it literally. What would you have?
It would say beautiful flower this.
Exactly. So we have beautiful, nefer, heret, flower, tin, this. Beautiful flower this. That makes no sense in English. But this is how those sentences are constructed in Ronnie Kimmett. Some of the sentences, these are nonverbal sentences. So these are just an example. So I'm just giving examples of how the grammar works. So, but what you're saying is beautiful is this flower, or the flower is beautiful, or this flower is beautiful. Excuse me. This flower is beautiful, or beautiful is this flower. So in English, we would have to add the word is. We'd have to stick the verb in there to say it properly in English. All right. So anyway, so that's just two examples. So I'm not going to go on with too many more examples. All right. So just wanted to give an example of that. But a lot of the names you know, a lot of the names that you see are you know, whole sentences or clauses as they call it, nonverbal. So hopefully, who's that asked? A Moose. So hopefully they understand that. Let's give another name real quick, because names, you know, these we kind of did this already before. So some of the things that I remember from our other hangout, you could pick just about any name. Ramasu is but let's pick another one that's people don't say too much. Har Imheb. Now people may be familiar with them. Horemheb. They say just Horemheb. Horemheb or Har Imheb. I'm just saying it separate like that. Har Imheb. That's a nonverbal sentence. And it means har or heru, im, heb. And so literally it's saying heru is in the feast. Heb is a festival or feast. Im is the preposition in, to be in, within, inside, in. So heru is in the feast. Literally. So what we would say is, we say heru in feast. That's literally what you're saying. But Harim Heb means Heru is festive. Okay, so remember that. And Harim Heb is a famous king. So if y'all not familiar with Harim Heb, look him up. What's another famous one? Another famous one, let's say Amenhotep. Everybody should be familiar with Amenhotep. And Amenhotep means Amen is satisfied. Hotep means satisfaction, to be satisfied, to be still, to be content. So we could say Amen is content or Amen is satisfied. Now, technically the word is not there. So that's why I'm saying I'm giving you nonverbal sentences. Amenhotep, I'm saying the imperceivable is content or satisfied, literally. But Amenhotep, we would say it in English as Amen is satisfied. And everybody should know Amenhotep of the 18th dynasty. You should be familiar with that. All right, so that's enough examples. So what else? Vowels. I see people speaking about the vowels. Let's see. Wasamad Ra Satepin Ra, that is Ramses II. That is his throne name. Tutankh Amen. Yeah. See, you can pick names, and a lot of names are nonverbal sentences. Not all of them, but some of them are. All right. So, it's easy to find them out. But what's this about vowels? It says, I notice you are saying vowels, but when you type the words no vowels, is that on purpose, or I will learn that in the class? Yes. So a moose. Yes, the Seshew, which people call hieroglyphic writing system, it has no documentation of vowels. So when you saw me type out what I typed out, I'm giving you the transliteration, the standard or formal transliteration of what I was saying. And no, you don't see the vowels in the transliteration. Now, you may see characters that look like vowels that are used in English. Like, for example, let me, if I say Amenhotep, if I would put Amenhotep, this is how I would put it there. And so just look, I know it's a delay on the screen, but just look at that between what I'm saying to you. But if you look at that, Amenhotep, maybe that's not a good example. What's another example I should use? Because Amen starts off with an I. It's transliterated with an I. So you have I-M-N. And people pronounce it as Amun or Amen.
Well, the first one that we gave, which was hat, which
okay,
was, yeah.
Amen, and then M, and then we have hat.
Right.
So we have Amen M hat. If you look at that, you see that after the H there is what appears to be a vowel, which is a capital A. But that's just the transliteration scheme that we use. That's really not a vowel there. All right. In English, that would be a vowel, but in Ronnie Kemet and the transliteration scheme, that's not a vowel. Although we use the letter A, which is used for a vowel. All right. Now, like I said, I don't want to get too out there and confuse anybody. But the answer, yes, you definitely learn this in the class for sure. So I wouldn't leave you hanging at all about that. But you would definitely learn the transliterations and things like that and why they're used and so on and so forth. But to kind of keep it simple for now is that the transliteration system makes use of Latin characters, and the system that we use is called manual decodage, which is case sensitive. So you see a lowercase a sometimes, you see a capital A. Those represent two different things. So it is case sensitive. So you see the word hot is capital H, capital A, and then a T. And it means to be up front. So when you say Hatshepsut, her name means foremost, or the one who's in front of nobility, or noble ladies, or noble woman who's up front, preferred. Queen, they say queen, but she's really a king. King Hatshepsut. All right. Remember, king has, king, the word king itself has no gender, only in English. We'll say queen. But that would be Hemet Nasut, would be the wife, royal wife. But she was actually Nisut Biti, a king, actual king, dual king. Nisut Biti, the whole nine. That's a whole nother topic as well. But yeah, Amenhotep. But as far as vowels, period, the way we pronounce them, of course, we need vowels to actually pronounce these words. So we use a very conventional E stuck in between each of the consonants. And nobody who teaches this and nobody who actually is a serious student of the language ever makes the claim that the way we pronounce these words today is the same way that they pronounced them historically. So don't think that. And then if anybody ever makes that claim, tell them to provide evidence for that, because I don't want to tell you what to think, but that would be, you'll be in trouble. We don't make that claim. So is there anything else? Because now we're just hanging. We over four hours now. We might as well just let it rip. It's Friday night. I guess people are hanging out. or whatever the case is. And I still have this on my screen. Let me switch my screen up. So was anything else?
No, I'm not seeing anything else at the moment.
All right. Well, yeah, but then why not use the vowels when spelling? We use vowels to make it make sense verbally. Well, yeah. Oh, so again, A Moose, I know that's a question before. So yes, you will learn that why we don't do that. All right. The vowels, trying to spell words out with vowels will get you in trouble. That's what causes the confusion, because the vowels are not there in the script. So people tend to want to put vowels wherever they want, and they choose the vowels that they want. You got people, for example, people will spell like how you see the name Seshew Medu Necher, or Seshew Ma'ani Medu Necher. That's not in the script spelled that way. All you will see is the S, the glyph for the SH, and the glyph for the W independently, or together. You see the word sesh. You'll see the glyph for the sesh, the whole word sesh, as you see on the screen. The actual logo that you see on the screen, it spells out Seshew Ma'ani Medu Necher right there. But when people spell things out, you may pay people spell it, like, for example, with Amen. You may see people spell Amen, Amen, Amun, Amun, Amon, Amon. You know, take the word Hotep. People say Hotep. Some people say Hatep, Hatap. Some people say Hutip, Hutip. You know, so they flip in and mix in the different vowels and stuff like that because they're not there. So remember, transliteration is a scientific endeavor. So it's very, very precise. So when we transliterate something, as Emiket, just type Seshew or Sesh Ma'ani Medu Necher. It will be.
Oh, my bad. I think there was a W. Let me just correct that 1 second, just so the person gets the correct.
Right.
Should be that way.
Right. There you go. Seshew Ma'ani Medu Necher. So we just mixing in the vowels. They not really there, but we need them to speak. I understand. Exactly. But also, let me just say this to clarify a little bit more, that the language did have vowels. It's just that the writing system didn't document them. That's a very important difference. Just understand that the language, the spoken language, did have vowels, because you need vowels to speak, but the writing system didn't document them. And it's no different than Arabic, the writing system of Arabic, and the writing system of Hebrew. Not the vowel points that they use to that you see today, but the older scripts, the older usage of the scripts didn't have the vowels.
Yeah, so it's just a distinction between Sesh Medu Necher and Rani Kemet. So the spoken language obviously has the vowels part. The written script, which is Sesh Medu Necher, does not have those.
Right. So how about, was there anything else? I want to use that clip for my
chat
channel.
is going so fast, so
Yeah. I saw scrolling up. But yeah, the floor. I mean, the mic. Who else on the panel? Who else still here? Because I know we late. See, Friday night sleepers for the week, as we say. Y'all just don't know. MC Iron Lung can go all night, but anyway, I hope people that watch this, that's hanging with us now, you're learning something. And if not, just ask a question, just bring up a topic. And the only thing, tonight, like I said, and we can't just go into be real thorough about any one particular thing, because we just kind of talking, and nothing's prepared to show and demonstrate and whatnot, but we're doing our best to kind of touch on whatever's being asked. All right. So I don't want to make it seem like somebody ask a question and then we kind of just toss it to the side or anything like that. So please don't be offended. or anything like that. All right, so but we're just touching on a few things, and just grammar is something that we're gonna be dealing with in the future, very near future. So I'm developing the course for it right now. I'm finishing the book, and once it's completed, the class will be offered. All right. And if you need a refresher, if you learned some years ago, the beginner's foundational information, you want a refresher, hey, by all means, you're welcome to take the class. And if you want to bypass the class and you just want to get on board with the Seshew, what we're doing now. So let me tell you some of the things that we're doing. Some of the things we're doing as a group. Now, we're not a speculative group. We're not sitting on the sidelines and just clicking together just for the sake of clicking together. We are a group that focuses on ear to do. We are a group of doers. All right. So we are actually, as we learn and expand our knowledge on the language, we are reevaluating primary text and starting from scratch and doing translations from scratch. Okay. And there's a whole bunch of text out there. So that particular job is going to be ongoing. But we're picking certain texts and we're going from scratch and we're actually reevaluating them. And as we gain more knowledge, as we climb the pyramidal curriculum, we'll be able to, like I said, and once you get to that level of recovery of the realities behind the metaphors or the figurative expressions, then we'll be able to add differences of meaning behind these things. And so we'll be able to translate them as they're written, and then we'll be able to understand the realities behind them and everything. So that's like ongoing. Also, we're in the process of writing books, writing material about these different things, addressing some of the misinformation that's out there, things that we, want to reevaluate, not necessarily refuting things, but just to add to the body of knowledge. We want to be able to produce knowledge on different subjects. So we are a group of that stays busy. And so the more we learn, the more busier we can be, obviously, because we'll have more at our disposal. And so right now we're at the beginning stages where, most of the members of the Seshew Mani Meta Nature have, well, not most, all of the members of the Seshew group are certified beginner level students, males and females. So we are a co-ed group. Matter of fact, you can go to the website and we spell it all out for you on the website. So I don't even know why I'm trying to explain it now, but that's what we have going on. And so, that's some of the things that we will have going. We actually have one publication as a group, which is the refutation of the question, or, addressing the question of the decipherment, and some other questions that we will be addressing in book form as well. But one of the things we'll be able to do is we'll be able to transliterate and translate primary text from scratch again. And we'll be able to compare it to what other scholars have come up with, because as you will know, if you don't already know, if you take the class, that transliteration is an exact science. So two different scholars should have the exact same transliteration if you use the same transliteration scheme. Okay. So for example, two scholars using the manual decodage system of transliteration, you should come away with the same exact thing. Now, translation will be something different. And the reason why is because whenever you translate from one language, which is the source language, into a target language, such as English, then you have to deal with an aspect of homonymy, synonyms, and stuff like that. So, for example, the example I always use is the phrase Hemet Nesut. Hemet Nesut is translated by some people as the word queen. Other people may translate it as a royal wife, and some people may translate it as wife of king, or wife of the king. Now, all three of those would be appropriate because we get the idea, we understand what's meant. But in the transliteration, it will be represented the exact same way. Hemet, which is capital HMT, and then Nesut, NSWT. All right, just that simple. All three of those scholars in my example would have the same transliteration, but they may have a different translation or choice words, but they'll all mean the same thing. All right. So remember that. Now, divine wife, he says, surely divine wife. Divine wife would be with the word necher involved. But this is royal wife. Nesut, royal, from nesit, which is thrones. That which operates from the thrones, the seat. All right, so remember that. Hemet nesut, royal wife. All right. Medu necher, necher meaning divine, medu meaning word or words. Medu necher, divine words. All right. Hut necher, divine house. And as a phrase, we say, altogether, we would just say temple. Hut necher, which would be temple, but it broken out, it would be divine house. All right, so anything else? Neb Unk. How about anything else? I'm just vibing off the chat now at this point. I guess people are tired now. Chat slowed down big time.
Somebody did ask about what's the difference between our course and the other courses that are available, out there.
Well, I mean,
the differences.
Well, they have to be specific on what course, though. But because every course will be a little slightly different because different teachers have a different way of teaching, and they may use different source material. One of the things that I did was I created a textbook for my course. So when I teach the beginners classes, I was teaching before face-to-face classes. So I've been teaching for years, but I've only been teaching 2 years online. So what it is that I created a textbook to go along with the course. That way I don't have to rely on other things, and I can teach it the way and style that I teach it. And so the same thing with the grammar. So it just depends, because sometimes people will use the same books and then it'll be really no difference. It'll just be like, for example, let's take James Hodge grammar book versus James P. Allen's grammar book versus Sir Alan Gardner's grammar book. Those are three different scholars, three different grammar books. And if you notice, they cover the same information. Some of them may be ordered and teach it in a different order. Some people will jump straight into the verbs. Like Gardner's grammar is confusing. It will confuse you just simply because of the structure of how he has everything lined up in the book. So the difference between James Hodge and James P. Allen may be the difference between at what point in the study do they introduce the verbal systems or something like that, and then how they characterize different things. So that's different. So now with me, just to let you know, with me, like I said, the grammar, how I'm doing it or how I do it is that it's comparative in nature as well. So, for example, I have to go over for people to have a full understanding of things like what is a word, things that we take for granted. Like, what is a word? What makes a word a word? So I have to go into that. And you won't find that in these other grammars because, and I'm not saying it's bad at all. It's just that they felt it was necessary to do that. But I feel it is necessary to know and understand that, because you have to understand what a word is in order to break down the morphology of a word. Okay, so you have to have instructions on what morphology is and what syntax is, what's the difference and how they use together, and what are the implications of it. So that's even before we get into the heart of the Egyptian language itself. You have to understand those principles and those things and those concepts first. So this is something that I cover in the grammar as well. So what is a word? Is a word, like I said earlier, in language, a word is not this thing that people think about. it's something we take for granted, but it's not quite what people think about. When you try to define it, in your head, you can be like, wait a minute, it's kind of hard to define, what a word is. But just for quickness, and that'll probably be the last thing that we talk about tonight. I'll just give you an example of why that's even a question to be considered or to even talk about. What is a word? What makes a word a word? And so, but it ties into why there is a such thing called translation in the first place. Like, why and how is it possible for us to even translate? So let me just give you an example. If I describe something to you, if I describe something to you as this cube, this large cube, the cube is large enough for you to walk into. All right. So we have like a square shaped object, but it's a cube. It's not like a two-dimensional flat square, but it's a cube that you could walk into. This cube has an opening in the front called a door, and has a couple of more openings that are a little smaller that's above that's kind of in the air called windows. And then on top of this cube we have this cover called a roof and everything. And so what I'm describing to you is a house. Now, if you can conceptualize in your mind a house. Now, in English, we call that a house. So the word house, or the form of that word house that I say it, spoken house, that sound house, is not the house itself. So what a word is, it's something that is a combination of a couple of things. One thing is the form, whether it's written or spoken, that constitutes the form. And then you have the meaning, or the conceptualization. And then you have the marriage of those two things. So you have the form and the meaning and the glue that combines those two things together. All of that is what a word is. Now, the reason why there's a such thing called translation is because although the form can change, the meaning or concept remains the same. So, for example, I described a cube that has, this top on it and has this opening in the front called a door and a whole thing like that. If you're around an English-speaking population and you ask somebody, what is that you describe? Everybody will say house. But if you go to a Spanish-speaking population of people and you describe what you describe in their language and you ask them, what am I talking about? They would say casa. So you're describing the exact same thing, the exact same concept, but you're using two different forms. One form is casa, that sound, and the other form is house. But you're talking about the same thing. Therefore, you're able to translate, you're able to say and set up an equation that casa equals house. And therefore, that's what translation is. That's part of it. Now, I'm simplifying this because translation is definitely more in depth than what I just described. But that's just a simplified version, just to show you an example of translations, of why there's a phenomenon that we even call translations, is because what words really are. All right. If I say the word elephant, the word elephant is not an elephant. It's a stand-in, it's a symbol. It's something that's a container that contains two things: the form, which is what I uttered, the sound elephant, or sounds plural elephant, and then the concept of this big old dark gray creature with four legs, big ears, and a trunk. That's what you picture. That's what you conceptualize, and you attach it to the form that I said. So my form elephant causes your mind to recall that conceptualization. Now, if I say the word Abu don't have that same effect on you because you're not of that speech community that has married that concept to that form. So the forms can change, but the concepts can remain the same. And so it is a group of people. A speech community is a group of people that have matching concepts and forms together to form their words, their lexicon, their mental lexicon, and these become intelligible, or I should say shared, I should say, that you're able to understand one another because you share the same list of vocabulary words in your mind, the same mental lexicon in your mind. Once that lexicon breaks down, then you're no longer have the ability to understand one another. All right, so just want to kind of just let y'all know. So, you know, these little things have to be explained because when you understand morphology and how these words are made and created and stuff like that, you have to first understand what makes a word a word. What's a word in the first place? So, you know, that's a long way of me answering that question, but I'm just trying to touch on the question of what makes, you know, these classes or courses different from others. And so I'm saying that, you know, one, different style of teaching. Two, I'm using my experience in teaching to develop the class, and because I have available to me other scholars and teachers who have taught, and I can see the pros and cons and the methods that they've used, and try to put together something that works better for us and our people. All right. So anything else? Anything else? Everybody on the panel gonna fall asleep eventually too.
Nah.
You still up?
So what's I'm trying to keep up with the
yeah, some of the questions I think they got answered. I think there was one where Sen Air Muse was asking about different phrases that were you know, like if there were some different phrases that you could find in you know, within Sesh Medunecha, and I have to scroll back up, but I think Saint June did actually answer that one for him. Yeah, it's way back because the chat is kind of busy.
To you, Senjun did answer the question about phrases.
Yeah, he was looking for examples of the figurative, like figurative speech. Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to know if those existed within the Sesh Medunecha or the language, and I think Sen Jun did answer that. We'll give an example with the phrase "awut ib."
Okay, yeah, there's tons of those, but overall, I mean, a lot of the inscriptions, what they would be commonly called myths, are figurative. A lot of it is figurative. And you know, so you know, one of the questions that should be raised or could be raised is that how will you know what is literal, what's figurative, or the difference in everything? And that's where how being parts of the culture and part of the system that was designed, you would know. Just like you have to be a part of or be connected to in some form of fashion with today's culture. Like if you are attached to hip hop culture, then you're going to know the nuances. You're going to know the idioms. You're going to know how and why people say what they say. You know, like if I say, "What's up?" Everybody who you know, it becomes second nature to know what that means. I don't literally mean like when I say "What's up," nobody looks up in the air. Nobody will look up in the air. Now, somebody who's not a part of the culture and have no idea, then if I say "What's up" and they understand the language in a very robotic way, they know what the word "what" means, the word "is" mean, and the word "up" means, and they'll take it literally. They will look up. I say, "What's up?" And they'll look up and be like, "Whoa, nothing's up. The sky." But, you know, to the average person nowadays, you know, I say, "What's up?" And they'll be like, "Oh, man, nothing much, you know, just chilling." You know, so, yeah, chilling. Like, wait, you cold? You know, so we have a lot of this going on every day, all day. And so I say that because even in Rodney Kimmett, you'll see that. But in the narratives, it's there, but it's expected for people to know because you're a part of it. You're living. The culture is living through you, permeates through you. You pretty much know these things. But because we're so distant from it in time and geography, that we have to learn it, relearn it in a different way. Therefore, that's why you see the pyramidal curriculum that I showed earlier. Why this is a process, there's a method to this madness. Yeah, but Awad Ib is a good one. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. Awad Ib, I saw how you broke that down. That was excellent. That's an excellent example. Nefer, which is literally good of face, but it's like somebody who's generous or happy, nice. It's an idiom for being nice. I mean, there's a lot that we can think of for that.
Yeah, you have True Success is asking, I think, I'm not sure if it's he or she is from the UK, and was asking what time are the classes. So I know we did go over that on the Facebook group page about there's a video there from yesterday, I believe, talking about the classes and all that. But maybe you might just want to answer that here.
Oh yeah, the times, the times are set based on availability of those who register. All right, so it's very flexible. So basically, I group people based on their availability. So let's, like an example I gave earlier, if there's three people who are available on Sundays on a consistent basis, then I'll put those same 3 people in that particular group. And let's say it's 3 other people who are not free on Sundays, but they are free. They found out that they're free, on Saturdays. Then I will group them in a different group together. So that's how I've been doing it, and that seems to work out the best, because it's very hard to do what it is I'm doing in terms of online, because online, obviously, we have different people from different, like even from here to California, there's a 3-hour time difference. So West Coast from here on the East Coast is 3 hours. So I have to accommodate those 3 hours. And then at one time I had a class, no, not one time, but the most recent class group I've had, I had someone on the West Coast, which is 3 hours behind me. And then I had somebody living in France that was 5 hours ahead of me. So man, I had to accommodate that. And so that's the answer. So basically what I ask for people is when they sign up and register, then they give me their available times. And then I'll do my best to accommodate that. And at the very, push come to shove, I did have a class where it started off as a group of, I think 5 people. At one point, I had a group of 5 people that were available all at the same time. And then something happened, to where a person's schedule changed. And I ended up having to deal with them one-on-one. I believe Lisa was a situation like that. I believe, she should correct me if I'm wrong, but where I was dealing with somebody one-on-one, and I don't mind doing that. I prefer, for it to be group, because it's more effective that way. It's more effective that way when you learn in a group environment. Yep. So.
Hey, can I add on something about the metaphors or the figurative speech?
Yeah.
Because there are many examples that we use in English, and some people might not even realize it. I'm gonna just read a couple examples. This one is, love is a journey. When people say, look how far we've come, or in a relationship, we're at a crossroads. Or we're breaking up, we might have to go our separate ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, love is a journey. There are other examples. When you talk about arguments, like people's theory, or really, their arguments are buildings. So when someone, you could say, we need more facts, or their argument will fall apart, or they're on shaky grounds, their argument was shaky. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there's plenty of examples that we have and use in our language and don't even realize it. So that's why it's so especially fascinating for me when we can find something in the language and put the words together and kind of get a sense of what they meant.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
good
I like
examples.
And actually, just to add on that, what Sanjun was saying, I think I believe on the last Valentine's Day we had our Divine Words Wednesdays, and let me check again. I think, yeah, there was one Divine Words Wednesday when we went over some poetry and all that stuff, and where we found some of the, metaphors and things that we use that are actually from that are actually in the written text in Kemet. I think it's Divine Words Wednesday, Egyptian love songs. That's what it is. So if you can check that on the archive, that you'll find a lot of that as well on that session.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, those are good. Those are excellent examples, and it just goes to show that figurative expressions have been used all throughout history. It's just that now we don't see them the same way as we once did in ancient times, as people used them in ancient times. But nevertheless, they're still being used every day, all day. Just to give another example, I know we like to use the example that you gave, where you have stretched heart or lengthening of the heart. We also have a word for to be thick, the word wimet. The word wimet means to be thick, and we say wimet ib, and it means thick heart. Literally means thick heart. But what it's actually saying as an idiom, what it means when it's used, it means a bold person, somebody who's bold. So it means, you're bold. But we would say wimet ib, which means you have a thick heart, which means that your mind has a impenetrable border around it, which means that you will do anything because you feel like your mind cannot be touched or hurt or whatever the case is. So we say bold. So wimet ib meaning mind. Well, some people say heart, but we know that heart is also a metaphor, and it's a metaphor within a metaphor, because the heart is a metaphor for the mind, that which is inner. You know what I mean? And even then in English, we'll say, like, if two people are arguing, you say, hey, wait a minute, y'all stop arguing. Let's get to the heart of the matter. Like, what does that mean? The heart of the matter. Nobody's argument has hearts, a pumping heart. You know what I'm saying? But when we say it, we mean we want to get to the core of the matter. But we say, let's get to the heart of the matter. So heart, in a sense, is a metaphor for core. And the heart, as an organ in your body, represents the core part of your body. And so the mind, was considered the core. And so this is why African spirituality, or the cultivating of that core, the mind, is today what we would call psychology, the study of the mind, or psyche, or psych, and behavior. Because behavior proceeds from the mind, and how you behaved is what was judged. That's why on the scales of Ma'at, in the judgment scene, your heart is weighed, but it's not your heart. It's not your heart, the organ heart. It is your mind, because your mind is what represents your behavior, dictates your behavior. How did you behave while you were alive? Did you behave? Did your action, did your words, and did your deeds actually correspond and were in harmony with the rule and guide of a harmonious society called Ma'at, or whatever the case is? So you're weighed against the feather, or representation of those laws and things like that. It wasn't that your heart itself was weighed. It was that your mind, because your mind is the tangible, observable, not your mind, but your behavior, I should say, is the observable aspect of your mind, because you can't see your mind. And the way that you can see your mind, so to speak, figuratively, is by observing someone's behavior. And so your behavior, how you respond to different things, how you act, how you behave, and things like that, is a window or doorway into a person's mind. Because you're not going to act contrary to how you think. That's not how the human body is wired that way. Now, you can act different than what you say, yes. And therein lies the gray area of manipulation. I can tell you one thing, but do another. But I can't think of one thing and then do another. Because the moment that you're doing it, it takes thoughts that propel that action, that doing. You see? So that's the difference. So your words and your deeds are weighed. And this is where we get the phrase today where we say, my word is my bond, which means that what I say is what I will do. What you see is what you get. How I am is how I am. You know, so those are the things that lead up to that understanding. But just remember that. So a lot of metaphors, a lot of figurative speeches can be found in Kemet. Just look at the judgment scene, like I said. You have the heart being weighed, but it's not the heart literally being weighed. We all know that a heart would definitely weigh more than a feather. So that's not to be taken literal. And that goes into that conversation, literal versus real. We know a heart, whether it's a human heart or the heart of an ox, it will weigh more than a feather. We know that. So every time, so that means everybody would lose. Every single person that get judged will be eaten up by the monster called Amit. That's sitting right there next to the scales. They will be eaten up every single time. So nobody stands a chance to win if it was literally weighing your heart against a feather, you know. But anyway, it's your mind. And with the mind comes your behavior. So that's the point. Your behavior. Did you behave according to the laws? According to the moral codes, laws, and everything that Ma'at encapsulates. All right. So just remember that. So Wemet Ib will be a bold person, a person with a bold mind, a person with a thick mind. Thick mind. If I say Min Ib on the good side means a person who's confident, because Min means stable. So literally I would be saying stable mind. A person with a stable mind, a mind that's firm, a firm mind or stable mind is someone who is confident. Now on the flip side, that same phrase can be used in a negative way to mean somebody who is stubborn, because if you have a firm mind or a stable mind, then you know it means that you can't move it. That means I can't change your mind. That means you're stubborn. You're stuck. You know, so that can go either way. Min Ib, Wemet Ib, Min Ib. And what was the one you gave, June? You gave one another Ib.
Oh, Ib.
Yeah, Aoud Ib. All right, so there we go. Wazungas. Dense-headed Wazungas.
Yeah, I think he meant Wazungus.
Was it? All right. All right, so yeah, we kind of slowing down, so you know we're kind of reaching for stuff to say. So I'm gonna wrap it up. It's like 5 hours. We've been 5 hours. The original intention was 2 hours, and look what happens. That's what happens all the time. But hey, we're talking about Kemet. We could talk for days. And if you think about it, we could have went in real thorough with one of the things we said we wait for a future hangout to do. But like I said, we like to present. We like to demonstrate. We like to show primaries and break things down. So hopefully we'll be able to set up some future hangouts with some of the questions that was asked tonight. So I want to say that I appreciate everybody for tuning in on Friday, because you could have been doing anything. So it's good to have company on something that we like and love to talk about. And we'll keep this up and join our Facebook group, ask questions, share information. Like I said, we don't know everything. If you've learned something you want to share, by all means share it. If we said anything incorrectly, by all means share, correct us, demonstrate, show us the information, and we'll definitely embrace it and check it out and correct ourselves. So definitely do that. Like I said, we have new class groups forming. New class groups form all the time. So it's really, this happens all the time. But in the beginning of August, I'm looking forward to start a class group. So because a few people have kind of inquired about classes, so I want to kind of put it into a time frame of beginning, because sometimes it can linger. People be like, hey, I'm interested in a class, and they'll ask me about it, and I'll tell them. But then, you know, they kind of need a push. So I'm starting new class groups in the beginning of August, the first week of August, which is coming up real quick. You know, it's around the corner. By the way, the interactive class is $100, 12 weeks, 2 hours per week, which is 2-hour sessions. We meet once a week for 12 weeks, and it's only $100. That's the interactive. And I went through this on Facebook. So if you want to go, you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but we kind of explained, and I shared the website. It's very easy to sign up. And the website explains and describes the class. It has the description of the class. And we have 2 different varieties, interactive and then self-study. Self-study is for the purpose of those people who want to learn at their own pace, and they don't have a need of interaction with the teacher or anything, but they have the benefit of going through the book. They have to have the book, of course, but they go through the book. They take the quizzes at the end of each chapter online, and they're able to take the final exam and become certified as well. It's just that you don't have the need to be, you know, with other classmates or an instructor, or you may not have the time. You want to do it on your own pace. You know, you may not be able to be consistent with a class, you know, hanging out with the teacher or with fellow students. And that class is only $50. So that's cheaper from the interaction. So there's really no excuse, because the prices are very, very reasonable compared to classes that I've seen out there at the college level and the not college level, whatever the case is. So there's really no excuse. Just come on board and learn it. Learn it before you try to talk about it, especially before you try to debate somebody about Kemet. Definitely learn the language, at least at the beginner's level, because I've seen so many people make mistakes, and it's just not, you know, detrimental. But anyway, that's all I have. So anybody else have anything they want to bring up or close out with?
Then
I just want to say I enjoyed the show tonight, and everybody that participated in the chat. It's all love. Come back again next time. And Shem Hotep.
All right, so I guess Sona Emiket usually close us out. And oh, by the way, real quick, tomorrow, if you're in Atlanta, come and hang out with the Amara Squad. We're doing a no pseudo tour, and we basically give classes or presentations at public libraries. And tomorrow we will be at the Metropolitan Library in Atlanta. I don't have the flyer to show right this second, but it is all on Facebook. If you join the Amara Squad Facebook group, you'll see it in there. And we'll be there tomorrow from 1 to 5:30 p.m. So come hang out. You know, we ask questions. Same thing. We give a presentation, answer questions. People vibe, and it's nice and fun. We have a really good time. It's been really good so far. We've been doing it all summer, spring and summer so far. And tomorrow we have another presentation to do. So it'll be myself, Uncle Keck, and I believe, I'm not sure, I think the sister Naya will also be there. Again, she was there last week, and it was very, very good last week. We actually gave 3 presentations, and we didn't coordinate the presentations beforehand, but the presentations went one right into the other, and it was, you know, it was kind of it's a good thing. So yeah, come on out, hang out. If you live in the Atlanta area, come on out. It's free, by the way. It's free, totally free. Just come from 1 to 5, come hang out, bring your questions and everything. We talk about different things. Like what I'll be talking about again, like I did last week, is the subject of taxonomy, because I need for people to really understand what taxonomy is all about, because it's going to become a part of a larger discussion and tied into ancient Kemet. When we're dealing with taxonomy and ontology and cosmogony as well, all of those ologies and agonies, they are interconnected in some form or fashion, and it's going to be part of a larger discussion. But so far, you know, I'm going to be dealing with taxonomy. I got to get everybody on the same page with that. All right. And so we're going to be discussing, well, I'll be discussing that. All right. So, all right. So with that, I'll definitely close out. But I would appreciate everybody who chimed in tonight. So yeah, Sana Emicat, if you don't mind closing.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Dua to the panel and also those in the chat. I think it's been very interesting. They kept us up for like 5 hours. I didn't even know it's been 5 hours almost, but yeah, dua for that. It's been very informative. And yes, if you haven't checked out the website, do that. That's where you'll find more information regarding the classes that start on in August or next month. So that will be mdw-ntr.com. medunature.com. So you just go there and check the courses that we have. You can also read a little bit about this issue and what we do. And if you haven't signed up in our group page or joined our group page, do that on Facebook. That is under the same name, Seshew Ma'ani Medunature. So yeah, join the group. A lot of these kind of discussions and even more do go on the Facebook study group page. So that's a good environment to learn just as much. And get the book, get our 2 books, the introduction to beginner's introduction to Medunature, and also the one that's written by the Seshew Ma'ani Medunature, which is regarding the decipherment. And all the information you can get either on the website, and those books you can get on the website. You can purchase them on the website, or you can go to Amazon and purchase them as well. And like we said, usually it just takes about 2 or 3 days before you get them. So those are good books to kind of like get to read. Yes, that's what you're seeing on your screen. So you have has the Egyptian hieroglyphic writing system being deciphered, a rebuttal to Walter Williams, and then you have a beginner's introduction to Medunature by Ujao Min Ibiri Ma'at. So yeah, so get the books. I think they're very informative, and you don't want to miss those when you're learning the language. And obviously join the group page, and check also Jehudi, can you tell us what your what your website is again, if you're there?
Thank you, Sinette. The JehudiStore.com,
Yes,
www.thejehudistore.com.
Jehudi Store, and that's with the Jehudi with the I, store.com. So check out that website. Jehudi does a lot of really interesting work. You can get a lot of jewelry, a lot of work, sculpted works as well. So do check that.
Just real quick. By the way, I'm sorry. I just want to put everybody on notice that Jehudi Ma'at will be giving a presentation on it's going to tie into his work. And I know I'm putting him on the spot right now, but it's going to tie into the kind of work that he does and the products that he offers, which are excellent. But it's going to be a presentation dealing with bas relief, what's called bas relief versus sunk relief in ancient Kemet. So look out for that. It's going to be real interesting. I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, Jehudi Ma'at, man, that's an excellent topic. I'm glad that you chose that to go ahead and do it. And I can't wait for it.
to you. I'm on it already. I'm on it.
Yes, so you're going to get that I'm actually looking forward to that then, because you're dealing with this is a master craftsman, so you will get that real info on that. So I'm holding my breath on that as well. So check out the jehudistore.com. Check out our website, medunature.com, mdw-ntr.com, and subscribe to our YouTube page. Click on the little bell so you get our notifications. Some of our live shows might actually be some impromptus, so do actually make sure that you click the bell so you can get notifications when we go live. And like the videos, and please do share the videos. And if you come across any kind of discussions on Facebook or anywhere else regarding Kemet, and get things a little bit off, just recommend that those people actually contact the Seshew Ma'ani Medunature, or ask questions. So do recommend us, and do share our our videos whenever you are, or whenever you see any topics that you think we have discussed, or whatever. Just recommend us as well. And we really appreciate the participation tonight, and getting all this information. The questions were really good, gave us an opportunity to learn. So I'm not going to talk too much, and just say beckon a fair to those who are in the morning time, and get an affair to those on the nighttime, and Shemem Hotep, go in peace.